I was just reading because I noticed today, I was like, I wanted ice cream, but then it was like, oh, Blue Bunny is on sale. That used to be good. And then I looked, it's not even called ice cream, it's dairy. It's like dairy flavored ice, like a dairy flavored product. It's not, there's a little bit of skim milk and the rest is like whey and like vegetable oil and stuff. It's not even real ice cream anymore. And that just happened in the last year. Shrinkflation. Jeez.
Get Turkey Hill if you can.
We don't have that. Bluebell is good. It's real ice cream. That's what I got. The cookie two-step is what I picked up. It was like Bluebell is like $12 for a thing of it, and the Blue Bunny was like $6. But it's definitely worth it. I mean, cookie two-step is good. It's got cookie dough and Oreo, and it's basically cookies and cream with cookie dough and Oreo cookies and stuff in it. There was a 5-step that also had like Thin Mints in it and some other type of chocolate in there. I was like, oh, that was so good, but it's a specialty flavor that only comes out when the Girl Scouts have their things. It had Thin Mints, and what was the other one? It's the one that has like the caramel on it. There's Thin Mints, and it has like the caramel with coconut or something on it. I forgot.
Samoas?
I think that's it. And it's like, oh, that's
not to be
so
confused
good.
with samosas.
Alrighty. Well, let me get my link set up here. Yeah, it's weird because I used to eat Bluebell, but I didn't see it for a while. I guess it was bought out by Ferrero Rocher, and they replaced all the ingredients with fake stuff. It used to use real dairy, and it used to not use like artificial ingredients. Now it's all artificial ingredients made mostly with oil and high fructose corn syrup. It's like, ugh.
In the future, everything is artificial. Even the robots. What do you mean, what, Luna? Am I not funny enough for you?
She's immediately starting the second I start streaming. I ran you around the yard for like a half hour. Can you stop?
Luna puppy. She's such a puppy.
Lakota, why did you just close the door?
Puppy. Puppy.
You are a goofus. You just closed my door and now you can't get out. And you're stuck in there with Luna. Is that the I don't think you wanted to get her stuck in there. I think you tried to close the door to keep her out. Come on. Come on.
Twitch, I am already subscribed to Fox's
I
channel.
seriously
Shut
ran
up.
you around the yard to tire you out, and you're still being a pest. Oh, can't wait for the ads to stop anyways.
Oh boy, it's ads.
They were testing a rocket, I guess the rocket that's been having issues that they need to pick up the astronauts with. And it was constantly going off and they had everything closed.
Yeah.
You just hear like boom, 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 for a while.
Hi.
So yes, alas, I did not get fishing, and Nishka is currently shining brightly, light husky.
Mishka puppy, you're so shiny.
She's pulling a Bastion. Flashbang husky. Alright, so yeah, we're doing Magmol. We're continuing our co-op run today, which is fun.
3, it's a video game.
At least it's not supposed to rain tomorrow again, so that I can try to get out tomorrow. Unless
Did
they're
you hear from
testing
the
that
bait shop
rocket.
at all?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I dropped off the application. The guy wasn't there.
Okay.
I have bait, I just can't. I didn't buy any live bait because I didn't have the money for that, because I need to buy a new bucket with a live thing, because my aerator bucket died. It's like $30, so I'm just going to hold off on it. It's too hot for live bait anyways right now. I'll just use the frozen shrimp. Frozen shrimp and crabs. And like I can catch live like fish to hook up if I want to.
I got myself a wraparound pillow at Walmart because I sleep on my side and it is nice.
I did find out the pizza shop I quit. Apparently, the people who are working there are all contacting me today. like even the new people, my number must have still been up there. And the people, the old coworkers, all of their paychecks have bounced for the 3 weeks in a row now.
Uh-oh.
So, I guess the red flags I saw that caused me to quit, I was right. I feel real bad for him. I still owed like $300 in tips. I'm never gonna get that. Although if they take him to, if they report him and take him to court or something, I'll probably get it back. But I didn't expect to start getting a bunch of phone calls asking, "What do we do? Has that happened to you before? What do we do?" It's like, yeah. It's like apparently the girl I worked with that had this, I had this same job as she quit a little bit while back, so they have to ask me. It's like I can't give you any advice on that because he still owes me money. It's a good thing I'm not there, because that would suck. That would mean it'd be over a month worth of paychecks I had never gotten. That would be real bad. I'm surprised they stayed there that long. Like I would have bounced my paycheck bounced once, but it got paid like out of the expense account instantly when I brought it up. But if it wasn't, then I would have been gone. Like if some place is bouncing your paychecks, you leave right the heck away. Do not stick around. That is bad news, especially because they're required by law to have like a couple months worth of paychecks in the bank, which means there's real troubles going on. It sucks because the food was really good, but being a good chef doesn't mean you're good at running a business. So. Are we gonna pop up? I'm still waiting for the game to open. There it goes. Come on.
Okay.
Oi. There it goes. OBS, why you take so long? Boop. 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 Ah. Boop. There we go.
Alrighty.
So we're fighting robot. Megan Man. Megan Woman. There we go.
Yes, do not accidentally your save file.
It takes quite a long time to hold it to delete a save file.
Come on. What is... Why is my controller...
I don't know, you connected, didn't you? Yeah, you have things for game.
Oh wait, it might be because I don't have Rewazd open. Hang on.
Rewazd? Ah!
Yeah, it's the input mapping software. Oh, that's yours.
Oh geez, Dr. Wily being savage. I didn't notice he changed that.
Alright.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, Rewazd closed itself because it wants a version update, I guess, but, yeah, we're working now.
Okay.
It's not like I even really need to use Rewazd for anything right now, because, well, I mostly got it to deal with the back buttons on my Xbox Elite Series 2, and, I haven't even been using those. It's like, whatever. Although the shoulder buttons are starting to not be consistent. That was a problem on my 360 controller too, like the shoulder buttons were the first thing to go.
Oh, if we get enough duplicates, we can buy something from Roll that lets capsules drop easier.
Alrighty, well, We haven't finished tier 11, right? Let's go. To the library! Getting like what, 49th place I think we're starting with. We're in the top 50 now, and that's kind of incredible.
Yep.
Of course, we're still running into some levels that have major issues, at least in multiplayer. I wonder what the highest ranked level with a skip gate is.
I don't know. That's right, we got Robo Garden.
Robo Garden.
Damn.
Got it.
Oh, I guess we didn't even need to do that. It just falls right down. Oh, no! Ah, darn it!
That didn't work.
This is...
Whoops, that doesn't work. You have to jump from the top.
That is a very hard jump.
Yeah. Look at that, we're almost dead already. Whee!
Help. I don't even know what those guys do. Let's see, E-Tank.
E-tank.
Oh, that's what they do.
We do need some E-tanks. Go, go, go! Yeah! Keep waiting for those things to close, but I guess they don't.
Cancel! Oh.
Yeah, here, oh yeah. Oh, that didn't work on everyone. Oh well. This is a good level so far.
Yeah.
It sure is sticking to its theme, at least. To the left, to the left, to the left. Ah! Gotcha.
That!
Okay then.
Luna biting at my foot for some reason. That sure was something that happened.
Going down. And to the left. Just let that thing shoot you, huh?
I was sliding at the time. It just hit me while I was sliding.
It's boss time, Mr. Guy.
Who are we fighting?
Man, if all the other levels in the top 50 are better than this, then, I think we're in business. Good.
Was he in a pot before? I don't remember him being in a pot.
No, he was definitely not in the pot before. Good. Well, that almost worked.
Why are you in a pot? He just stepped in it and he just couldn't get out, I guess. I don't know.
Got him! Oh, yeah, I should, Daka Locker!
Daka Anvil.
From what?
Make a good
from
48 hour.
Alright, let's see what the reviews have to say. Pretty good all around, except for Shinryu for some reason. Like, what is Shinryu's beef with this level? What the
Probably
heck?
because it's fairly simple and easy, maybe.
First glance, this seems like some kind of...
Yawning.
weird hybrid of Plant Man and Hornet Man stage. Plant Man's from the remixed music and the platforms. Hornet Man's from the visual aesthetic, Hanabiran, and all the flower presenters. Not the only things in here either. There's plenty of solo O's and Bon Bon Boys to go around. At first glance, that seems like not much. Not much would also be an inaccurate assessment. What makes RoboGuard work is how it twists and bends its assets into something new. Plant Man's platforms are significantly more prolific than the original, and both Flower Presenter and Bon Bon Boy will get involved with platform challenges. But it's the literal twisting of Sola O that really sticks out. Typically it's just a turret with a charge time, but twisting its aim to angle upwards and downwards makes it an excellent obstacle to avoid throughout. It also gets a ton of unique situations, particularly the final S-shaped rooms or any of the token challenges. That alone is enough to put RoboGarden on the radar where it otherwise wouldn't. It's a simple twist that makes a unique feeling level. The boss fights are no slouch in this department. While Hanabiran's general fighting style is unchanged, the terrain it fights feels more like a Surge's reference than the spiky clock we all know and don't love. As for the boss, Potted Plant Man had me cackling with laughter, and then he turned out to be noticeably harder than the original, and I was very surprised. Again, small twists to the assets, but they make something very new. You don't always need to go crazy to make something unique and, more importantly, fun, and this level is a fine example of that. Wasn't sure what to think of this stage at first. By and large, it's a relatively inoffensive level that does its best to utilize DevKit assets, and I'd say it does a pretty good job at it. And yet, I ended up leading that initial playthrough without any strong feelings on it, one way or the other. It's strange because I can definitely see there was thought and effort put into the room and enemy layouts here. The end result, however, is a surprisingly easy set of segments to get through. Despite how intimidating they might seem at first, you can breeze past many of the setups without much thought. The enemy placement is probably the biggest contributing factor to this. Bon Bon Boys are very rarely a threat here, as they're often placed in ways where you can take them out of the distance without ever having to trigger their attacks. The solo O's are a bit more engaging, mostly thanks to the new variants that can fire up and down. A simple change like that can open up a lot of possibilities, so I don't think it was used to its fullest potential here. You can still take out a decent number of them without having to get in their direct line of fire, and the ones that serve more so as stage hazards, thanks to their out-of-the-way placement, usually aren't much of a threat to how easy the room layouts are. That said, the stage does come to life a bit more during the last few segments leading up to the boss. Some of the rooms past the Hanabiran mini-boss are a lot more engaging than what came before them, even if a few feel a bit too crowded with enemies. The one with the 3 Sola O's just past the ladder room comes to mind. Unfortunately, the level is almost over by this point as well, with the only big thing left being the boss. Speaking of which, while the idea of stuffing Plant Man into a pot is pretty amusing, his fight is ultimately just a very slightly modified version of the original. It's just with a lot more jumping. He's definitely the most engaging part of the stage by far, but I don't think there was enough done to set it apart from the original's fight. That's basically where the stage sits overall with me. There's a decent set of ideas here, but overly easy roommate layouts and non-threatening enemy placement makes most of it blur together into a relatively indistinct level. Jungle Groove! I'm quite impressed with this one.
Donkey Kong level. Deploying nanners.
Nanners! I don't see nanners. I'm quite impressed with this one. While the stage doesn't offer many custom assets, I can say that the way it cleverly uses enemies of the garden variant puts itself at a great standing. The vertical solar plant energy is a very simple modification, but provides many more variations to possible jumping puzzle with that property alone, and the stage doesn't hesitate to implement them into all sorts of challenges. The battle with Plant Man with a funny leg, aside from having to jump to move around, has only one major difference to a regular Plant Man fight. The amount of jumps he does after generating his barrier is now varied. Such a small addition, but it adds so much more complexity to the fight, making it so much more fun and engaging. It's brilliant. This small change to the AI fits very well to the whole philosophy of the stage. Simple additions, yet elegantly executed. Excellent work! Who would have thought that Plant Man would become more fearsome when shoved into a vase? Simple twists make this level interesting, at least in concept, if not entirely in practice. The groovy music remix sets the tone. I've had my fill of levels that replicate the Hornet Man aesthetic, but I recognize how carefully the architecture and backgrounds are arranged for artistic effect. Vertically oriented laser flowers bring an extra novelty to the uniquely focused plant theme. The difficulty ramps up nicely, with elements being introduced and combined in new ways at a comfortable pace. Power-ups are plentiful. Too plentiful, in fact, or perhaps too easily obtained. This concern for the player's well-being extends to myriad thoughtful touches too esoteric to describe succinctly. My favorite parts are Potted Plant Man and the tokens. Sounds like a band name. Hiding a mini-boss behind a mini-boss is pleasantly different, and I appreciate that both fights are unique. I'm normally averse to invincible blocks. Here, they create a clever timing and accuracy puzzle. The penultimate corridor with the spike floor is also pretty good. Unfortunately, special weapons eliminate any challenge a level might have outside of boss and mini-boss fights. One pulse of tornado blow is all it takes to claim most of the tokens. Because the regular enemy roster consists only of timed and proximity-triggered turrets, even Buster Purists should have no trouble picking off enemies at a safe distance. A wind or rain gimmick would have guaranteed some measure of challenge without compromising the theme. Other complaints are logistical or technical. Any criticisms I've ever had about screen transitions probably apply here. Plant Man should really be vulnerable to Ice Wall. It's a blizzard attack popsicle, etc. The level has potential, the big problem is that it's too easy for the wrong reasons. Wow, Hornets Man stage sure is popular this contest, huh? Nice, short, simple romp of a level. Sometimes these are just nice to quickly play through. It's also a fairly easy romp until the boss appears, that is. It doesn't really do much objectionable. Sometimes the stage doesn't really do anything wrong and lands where it does due to not setting itself apart and excelling at something. Props to adding just a few new stage elements based off dev kit assets. The vertical Sola O makes a nice addition to the enemy set. I'd say this enemy overall gets used better here than it did in Mega Man 10. The other two plant enemies generally complement Sola 2, and where these get used as things to avoid, rather than just wasting your time, is when the stage quakes. Although that one room with the twin ladders and the horde of fearsome floor is just a smidge tedious without just using tornado drill in the battle with lava then. The platform gimmick is also fairly solid. This is a hard gimmick to use well. I think it gets the job done here, and their tokens reward paying attention, and aren't too hard to obtain at all. The stage ends with a modified dev kit boss. This is the kind of thing I'd like to see more of. The real purpose of the dev kit bosses is to provide a basis and examples for your own fights, and Flower Pot Man? Ooh boy, just got vivid flashbacks to my childhood with that boss, but I'll leave out any details or else people will wonder what the flobberbob needed talking about. Still manages to feel like a different fight to Plant Man despite using him as a base, obviously. If I had complained here, the combination of sheer unpredictability, constantly staying shielded, and lower damage values dealt to the boss does make it wear out its welcome. The unpredictability is kind of the point, but a better health balance would help this boss a ton. So yeah, nice, simple, slightly above average romp of the stage. I'm fine with that. Boing. 4 to 6. Or no,
Okay, there we go.
8.
I had
A lot of books here lined up here. Kind of something. Salmon Ace Salt. Yeah. It's the Presto book. We got Crest Man by Cello Gamer.
Is this like
5
toothpaste
tokens.
or it's toothpaste?
It's toothpaste. Elgard is not happy.
What?
Ah!
Edelgard doesn't like toothpaste? What?
Elgard doesn't like Crest.
Oh, brush! I thought it said flush for a second there. I was like, wait, what?
It's kind of hard to tell it says brush. Yeah.
Can you open up? Thank you. Shooting toothpaste.
These meds are kind of cute.
They are. The only problem I have with those Mets is they're very hard. Ugh.
Break dash. Oh, water shield.
Yes, we need to clean the nasty teeth.
And we have infinite water shield, okay.
These Mets are so hard that...
Rush time.
We don't have
Oh, right,
rush.
we don't have rush. Well,
Oh.
shoot. No!
That is extremely... but that's not actually a great thing to use that, because the bubble shield is really hard to, like, not accidentally, like, hit too much with. The tooth hurts, I guess. Yes. Ah!
Oh no!
Fruit by the foot!
It's very clearly toothpaste.
I know. I'm more concerned with all the abnormal teeth falling out.
Joes.
This is such an unusual sort of pick for a level theme. Ow. Ow!
Did you know toothpaste is also really good at cleaning the underside of CDs?
The last time I seen somebody try to do that, they scratched the hell out of their CDs.
Maybe they had bad toothpaste.
Whoa! Hey, 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 hey! That's not supposed to work like that! What the heck was that?
What?
You didn't see it? It like zipped across the screen on top of me. The toothpaste worm.
I didn't see it. Oh, that's just sick.
Reminds me, I really need to get to the dentist, but it's so expensive. But I have a broken tooth that really needs fixed. Yeah. There's not much I can do about it because it's gonna be like $600 maybe, and like that, it's almost $200 just to get the initial scene. Dental stuff is way too expensive in the States, man. It's the same bad dentist work that came back to haunt me again. It was not the one that I had to have dental surgery on because we didn't notice that there was something wrong with it until it got into my jaw. This one I noticed. There's a weird thing in the US where dental insurance doesn't cover most dental work because they consider it... Well, I didn't know that was going to happen. They consider it cosmetic, not like a needed, like, actual health problem, which is just really stupid. Because your teeth are like one of your most important things you have. But even from that experience of being a plumber, that insurance is going to be dumb.
Special thanks to In-Universe for helping create the toothpaste gimmick code. Although I've worked in Mega Maker in the past, this was my first submission to the Magma contest. I want to give a huge thanks to the Magma Discord for helping and supporting me. Jello.
Nope, we needed that. Ah! Well.
Okay, modified Bubble Man, huh?
Apparently so. Yay! Synchronized jumping!
Eh?
We both jumped at the end at the same time when you grabbed the thing.
Okay.
Crestman.
Once again, Shinryu was the only one who didn't like it. I'll start with this level's weakest aspect, the background. The background visuals are awful. I get what this is going for, but the original blend of double yellows can actually be hard on the head. We took it down to something a bit less garish, but that was definitely painful. The visuals also create some hitbox issues. It's a bit unclear where the toothpaste globs are and aren't solid. Beyond that, this is a pretty fun level. A toothpaste theme Robot Master is not something I expected, and Crestman takes the theme and nails it. Everything here is tuned and reskinned to fit the theme, creating adorable enemies like Toothpaste Schworms, Dentist Gundrill, and Cavity Head. The toothpaste gimmick is a highlight. I love trying to wall climb with it, and it creates scenarios that make Sniper Joe and shield attackers semi-interesting. I also appreciate the challenges of the cavities, if only because I actually wanted to use Water Shield for a change. If I were to name a non-visual design issue, it's that none of the assets feel like they hit their peak. In particular, I feel like the toothpaste beams and water spouts should have had more spotlight. And I don't remember the Schworms getting a lot of use either. Other than that, I'm a little confused as to why Crestman has 2 health bars. I really don't think he needs them, since he's basically just Bubble Man. So it makes the fight drag, Buster only, but then his weakness is obvious enough that the double health might just be there so he can still put up a fight. Can't say for sure. Still, this level is decent, and I'm seeing a lot of potential for future endeavors. Keep it up. I mean, obviously he has 2 health bars, so his health bar can have 2 colors. What is he doing? Out of all the things on my Magmal 3 bingo card, a Robot Master stage based on a brand of toothpaste wasn't one of them, so you definitely get kudos for surprising me with the concept alone. As for the level itself, for a first-time submission, this actually isn't too bad. It's certainly very rough around the edges, especially in some of the early segments, but I think it improves a decent amount as it goes on. While the introduction segments in the first half are fine, it doesn't really evolve beyond those basic room layouts until it gets to the second half. Thankfully, things get a lot more interesting once the toothpaste gimmick shows up. Even though it's functionally just quicksand, the way it's used on the walls and ceilings allows for a lot of interesting setups with the enemies. I do wish some of the other gimmicks were used to just as much effect, though. The water jets, breakable teeth, and magma generators feel really underutilized by comparison. This is especially so in the case of the teeth, since they have the potential to give Water Shield a better purpose throughout the level. Even though it has infinite ammo here, I didn't really find myself using it all that much, considering the majority of the enemies in the stage are shielded. The only exception to this were a few instances where those teeth showed up, along with the end boss. Speaking of that, while I'm glad that Crestman actually shows up, I was a little disappointed to see he was just a Bubble Man reskin with a double health bar, which didn't really matter that much in the face of his weakness. It's a bit of a letdown after going through a mostly decent second half of the stage. But overall, I did not outright dislike it as a whole. It's really average for the most part, but the concept alone is rich with potential. If I could make 2 suggestions, it would be to 1. Focus more on the gimmicks, enemies, and room layouts complementing each other, and 2. Tone down the color palette. While tiles themselves aren't that bad, they could really have done with colors that were easier on the eyes. Brush or else. The cute looking stage with a cute theme centering around toothpaste from what it looks like. While that sets may look a bit crude in some places, that just makes it overall more charming. The reskin enemies are also very fun, be it the dental masks they're wearing or tooth-shaped accessories that make the Mets look like they have cat ears. It's incredibly adorable. The new gimmicks are simple, but they serve the right job to make the stage stand out more. I really like the use of the toothpaste sticking mechanic and its incorporation into various platform challenges. It is a bit weird though that watching the bad teeth just destroys them completely. Bit of a mixed message here our fellow Crestman is giving. Nice foresight of making Water Shield infinite to eliminate soft lock potential. Though, just a minor nitpick that I'm not a fan of disabling the rush utilities in general. The players should be given the tools to aid them should they come across potentially tricky platforming sessions. At least the stage is relatively tame on the difficulty side. The magma beam coloring with the red, white, and blue reminds me of France. French Beam! Crestman himself is a bit of a strange fight. He's just Bubble Man, essentially, who doesn't retaliate when you go behind him. He has 2 life bars, which is a bit excessive given how easy the fight is. The pits opening up as the first health bar is depleted does spice the fight up more. It's still pretty trivial now. Finally, a level that caters to one of gaming's most underserved demographics. Dentists. Absolutely every gimmick and enemy, minus the random wall blasters, somehow pertains to dental hygiene. I can forgive the otherwise rough graphics. Colors and textures I find unappealing, unsightly pixelation on the large teeth, some missing water surface tiles, because the seaming is top notch. Also, I am so pleased that you changed the sprite for the water shield block to something less obvious. The subtle weapon hidden in the background is a nice touch too. Learning curve and challenge progression are given some measure of consideration, but the real focus is on exploring how many different assets can be adapted to fit the theme. Consequently, quantity wins out over quality. There's some good challenges throughout, e.g. anything with toothpaste on the wall or ceiling, and I'm impressed by how many ideas actually work, e.g. the reskin boulder mini-boss. But several elements barely get a chance to shine, e.g. water spouts. What I like is that any shortcomings fail to dampen the fun too much. Sure, I'd like the toothpaste to be on a higher layer than the hero so it's clear that you're sinking into it. A little warning about respawning drillins and that first death laser would have been nice. The boss doesn't need 2 health bars, well, unless players have discovered a devastating pre-battle water shield exploit. And the battle music doesn't entirely fit with the cheerfully peppy tune preceding it. The level easily could have done without special weapon adjustments, but I can live with these things.
Oh, I think I know what he's talking about. If we activate a bubble shield while falling in right where the boss spawns, he'd probably take major damage during his intro.
Probably. But I can live with these things. For a first smeagle submission, this is not bad at all. Even the graphics, which I feel need the most work, are very deliberate in their implementation. I see raw creativity and good game design instincts on display. Continued practice and increased playtesting will give players even more reason to smile. This is a pretty charming level and idea, and the effort is really appreciated. However, a couple of major issues almost ruined the stage. Why is the level so damn bright? In the Judge build, the background was so intense it hurt the eyes, and I needed a break after playing the level.
Mishka level blur.
We need to be able to see your level to play it. This is something that's being altered for the final build, so it's not really impacting the score. The choice of so many armored enemies, along with their high frequency, really makes Buster only runs a chore. For once, I'm thankful that the laser trident is in the engine. Not having to stop for so long on every enemy smoothed out the playing experience. Armored enemies should have used this didn't use the following platforms alongside them. The gimmicks were a mixed bag. The rotten teeth were thematically appropriate, but it didn't add much to the level. The tooth maze was simple and interesting, and I would have liked to see this pushed a bit further. The lasers shouldn't have been in the level, as they are introduced very late on, barely used, and don't add anything. They also feel very out of place compared to everything else. It is possible to skip the introduction to the lasers if you do not go for the star token. The boss was disappointing. A reskinned dev kit boss is normally acceptable, but not when you add multiple health bars. It just wastes the player's time rather than adding challenge. This wasn't helped by the fact that your room layout was easier than the original Bubbleman fight. The gun drill fight had a similar problem. Some of the strongest elements of the level are atmosphere, music, and overall idea of the level. It was a very unique setting, and barring the color of the background, it was a very cute stage. It's fun. It's a nice romp. I probably enjoyed this than some of the more technically impressive stages. So, as a casual reminder, I know I can seem a bit overly critical at times, but anything around this level score and above average fun score, I probably still enjoyed it. Bell curve, folks. Bell curve. Whoops!
That isn't the bell curve, that is the Windows button. Flamboyant Castle!
What?
Oh no, we're playing the Olympics.
That took a while to load. 1 token.
I'm gonna fight mid-boss. What the heck are you? Oh, you're 2 Mets. I thought it was like a decapitated head on the front of a torso or something.
Oh yeah, it's 2 Mets carrying a battering ram. That's funny.
Ow. Wait, why did that hurt me?
What hit you?
I don't know.
Ouija!
Ouija? We haven't run into him yet. Yeah, I don't know if you watched yet that Vinny played Better Fight 6. Only a little bit of it, but... Apparently he wanted to play more Super Mario Bros. X in those games, but Nintendo threatened him with lawyers. This was a couple years ago before they got a little better at stuff, but that's still... I guess that's probably why the Raocow contest used, like, custom sprites all the time. To avoid that. At least Capcom doesn't seem to really...
Well, the contests don't use custom sprites. It's just A2XT and its spin-offs that do.
That's still kind of dumb that Nintendo would, like, threaten legal action over playing the games. I don't think Nintendo has any ground to stand on to stop somebody from playing a game like that. That doesn't seem right. I mean, sure, they could go after the people that made it, but how can you go after people who are actually playing the game? That is just kind of dumb. But that was Nintendo, so... Nintendo in sense is not exactly a thing.
These enemies kind of have a lot of health.
Oh, right.
What the heck?
Ah, it's just a trap.
Alright. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Oh, frame rate killer.
it's not as bad as the Olympic Committee, though, suing small children's parents because they drew, like, Olympic rings for a class project that got posted online. Yeah, the current Olympic Committee is really, like, corrupt and bad.
Is that the real token?
That's
I
a
have no
token.
idea if that's the real token.
Yeah, it looks like it. Why does it take so long to load the level?
He is a mystery. Too much rain, maybe?
The lag got me with the rain there.
Oh, no rush jet. Or magnet beam for that. Well, you got the thing. Yeah, we were supposed to ride the Mets up ahead, but whatever.
Nah, screw the rules. That lag got me again! Bash is not as bad as Purpit, just ignoring the rules, but he does kind of do his own thing. Ah! Well, it'd be nice if if Rush Bike actually worked there.
You know, it'd also be nice if this level didn't lag parsecs so much.
I mean, I get a little lag too, that's why I keep falling down that pit.
Yay, we did the
Oh! Those platforms in the background blend in way too easily!
What platforms in the background?
The ones we're standing on. Down the below, they blend in really well.
They were pretty visible to me.
These dudes I don't like because you can't really beat them without, like, one specific weapon, which is kind of weird. Like, you always want to wait for the player to kill stuff with the Buster in case they have no energy. Like, what are you going to do if you don't have any weapon energy there? You're just going to tank the hit, I guess?
Hey there, Eddie. Ooh! Wasn't expecting it to
Home in.
That's not the way forward, by the way.
I think it is. I'm not sure how we make that jump without a weapon ability, but... At least there's a... Oh, we're supposed to...
Oh,
We're supposed to use the
we had to
stick
wait for
moves.
it to spawn the Mets.
Or unintended use of Rush Bike, I guess. Uh-oh.
Spike drop.
Oh! Well, that is a very cruel spike drop. Wow.
Yes.
And we're this far back, too. That's a long checkpoint.
Don't shoot him.
I think the little log dude is gonna go down the pit anyways if we jump on it.
It turns around if you're standing on the right edge.
Yeah, but we have to do it perfectly in multiplayer because remember, it homes in on random person. Darn it! Didn't want to do that. See? See what I mean? It doesn't turn around.
Oh, you just jump off him immediately onto the next platform.
I guess. I'm surprised this got higher than some of the earlier levels, just because it seems a little crusty around the edges a little bit with this section. Oh, I'm dead. I got stuck when you got over there. Well, I can't use Rush Bike anymore, so I might be screwed. I'll try to grab that weapon energy at least. That spike fall is going to be brutal without Rush Bike. See, now here comes the problem of I can't get over there! I'll take the weapon energy, sure. Oh. Get on your bike. What? Oh, this is bad even with the bike. What the heck?
Oh, they didn't have very much energy to begin with.
Hugla. That is
right, left.
I know what it is, but I'm trying to make it so I can hug that left wall on the way down to avoid the spikes on the next screen, because it's really tight, but it's kind of hard to get that timing. I just gotta figure out where to exactly go on that screen. Huh?
Ooh, plushie.
Ow.
Wow, you survived that, huh? Ow.
Well, that is an awful spike fall. Oh, that's why it keeps failing, is because the multiplayer rush bike doesn't work right. Because it despawns one of us when one of us goes over the screen with the bike. This is going to be the difficult part. Let's try right here. What? What? How did that? How? What? How did I hit that? What was the hitbox on that spike?
give up now.
Okay. Okay. What the heck was that supposed to be?
I have no idea.
It wasn't Gideon off here, that's for sure. Oh no. Oh no!
Let's see, have the token.
Oh! That's not a platform! Well, okay. That's a background element I tried to jump on. What? I don't...
There was a background element?
Yes! Rejected Power Rangers. Yeah, these little what the white well
What? White what?
the white flags on the background is what tripped me up before, because it looked like you could stand on top of them. I'm surprised this level got higher than some of the ones we played before.
Well, the stage was not too easy for Shinryu, I guess. I don't know.
Good. Who is dinging? I just let you guys out. Oh man, more auto-scrolling.
More on the scrolling. But not very much of it. Okay.
What? That... Okay. That sure was something. Tar.
Oh, he's a cutie.
Mega Man. Oh, Ruby Spheres. Oh no.
He's a cutie.
That
Look at this
tiger,
doggo.
Mega Man tiger guy,
He
lion
looks like a
dude?
wolf to me.
I don't know. I've never heard of Tar before, but Mishka, my goodness, so much ding. Is that Mishka?
Flamboyant Castle.
It's Luna dinging for no reason. Fine.
66.2 and... Wait, 66.2 and 60... Yeah. Okay. When this started off, I was interested. Neat music, distinctive, messy visuals, and two solid enemy types. An overall great
Went
first
farting
impression.
into the night. You go trotting
this stage
outside. He goes like farting dog, like getting lower in volume into the distance as she ran off.
This stage beat the other beat 48th place by a total score of 1. So a fifth of a point average. And this was... Oh, I need water.
That's fine. Here's ads going on anyway. I'm getting my coffee. bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Mishka, you feel like heavier than Luna for some reason. How are you stinky again already? You smell like Fritos. You just had a bath less than a week ago. I know you got your fatty growth down here. The big old knob down here. It's not cancer, it's a fatty growth. It's too expensive to remove, but it's harmless. It's getting bigger, but it's still harmless. Poor puppy. It doesn't hurt her, it's just weird. That was the first thing I had tested when I felt that, because she was at land on. I was really worried. But no, just a fatty growth. It's like $600 to have it removed. We're just waiting. It's gonna work the second I start up again, anyways. Boop boop. Shooba boop. Scooba boop. Ski bop bop boop bop. Oh, it's this.
Okay, I'm back.
I looked up Tar. It is the most bizarre thing you could ever think of for a Mega Man plot.
Oh no.
Tar is a lion from the past.
Okay.
He's a lion man who is the leader of lion men that come out of a meteorite that go around turning humans into lion men. And Dr. Wily tries to make a deal with them, but then they turn Dr. Wily and Dr. Light into lion men. And then they take over role, and only Mega Man and Rush are left in a world of lion men to save the world from being lion men. No lion women, just lion men, because whatever the hell was that Mega Man cartoon, they were smoking all sorts of stuff to make that. Just what? Another person to annoy Bastion because people always give big cats a bad name.
Okay.
Terrible series. I have it. What is that?
When this started off, I was interested. Neat music, distinctive, messy visuals, and two solid enemy types made an overall great first impression. The log-carrying knights were a fun hybrid of gimmick and enemy, armed with a solid introductions and a strong difficulty curve. Yeah, they can be a little finicky to control, but they make up for it through scenarios like the token challenge and the blind knight twist staying interesting throughout. The wizards were also a personal highlight, owed to just many versions of them there were. Some were a bit awkward. The homing rings should have had the despawn of their brethren, and Yonbanes tend to add very little when they appear. But the rest, solid enemies all around. While the core gimmick is solid, if awkward, the other major gimmicks are no slouch either. I enjoyed the memory challenges with the phasing platforms, a fun mutation of an invisible floor gimmick. It could end up a bit boring if they're the only gimmick active, but I'm willing to chalk that up to differences in my experience. Meanwhile, the fire spikes are simple yet effective, being a good way to break up the level between more cerebral sections. Combines the above-mentioned enemies and generally solid visuals, love the library written near the end, and this has the makings of a solid level. Sadly, when this isn't relying on its platform gimmicks, it stumbles. While it has a strong enemy variety, the majority don't seem to do much. Besides the two main enemies, the only ones I really remember were the ninjas, because they get a big focus from midway through and they barely exist otherwise. And the jumping shield knights, because they're a royal pain to jump over. Every other enemy just kind of exists, and I'm not sure where explosive not tellies fit with the rest of the fancy medieval aesthetic. Media evil.
Media evil.
Speaking of aesthetics, while most of it just has some polish issues, the reigning outer wall section looks pretty bad. Gives their top solids, making the floor you can stand on the exact same color as the walls, with rainfall for extra obscuring. It's terrible for readability and can make that section really annoying. But the biggest stumbling block is the climax, which was definitely let down. The concept is interesting, and it starts off on a high note, but right around the second auto-scroll it falls apart. I've had at least one instance where I died against the far border because that auto-scroll took too long to start, and the scrolling by and large adds nothing after the first bit. Then after a couple of scrolls, the boss just kind of sits there and dies. Considering how the chase started, the end of it is downright uninspiring and left me wanting more. The custom gimmicks and wizards handled everything well, but everything else leaves something to be desired. By all accounts, this is a pretty average stage. Even though I wouldn't say it's enjoyable to play through, it's not all that bad either. For the most part, the levels layout and platform challenges are decent. The log-carrying metals that also serve as platforms are easily the most interesting part of the stage, and I think they get used quite well in some of the later segments. Using it to get the token was a bit finicky at first, but it's still a very doable and decently laid out challenge. Most of the other custom enemies aren't anything too special by comparison, with the exception of the wizard that spawned homing projectiles. For some reason, those homing shots fall short of hitting the player and end up lingering next to you, rather than flying into you, which gets a bit ridiculous if you stand still and just let them pile up. There's also the giant hopping knights, which I have mixed feelings over. Once you learn the timing, jumping over them isn't too bad. On the other hand, avoiding them is being worse when they show up in cramped areas later in the stage. All that aside, I can't say I was too impressed with the other aspects of the level, especially the aesthetics. I do appreciate some subtle, if hard to notice, sound choices, like the wind blowing and rain falling outside. The actual look of the stage isn't all that appealing. Certain background elements in particular look almost as if they were stretched, which really throws the whole thing off. Finally, there's the ending climax, which honestly is a bit of a letdown. Not because it's an auto-scroller, I think those can work fine as stage endings and done right, but because most of the rooms don't offer that much that wasn't seen earlier in the stage. There's only 3 areas that auto-scroll in the ending segment, aside from the first one. The other two are so short that the all-scroll felt unnecessary for him. They don't really escalate the difficulty much either, so the ending falls a bit flat in those regards. Like I said, it's not necessarily a bad level overall, but it really could use a lot more polish in certain areas. Castle Crawlers! This stage has a very nice aesthetic sense overall, with the custom tileset and music, as well as new enemy designs like knights and wizards, which all tie into the medieval fantasy setting pretty nicely. The Ninja Joes may be a bit out of place, but the time frame is close enough, probably. Neat new gimmicks and enemies, plus reskins. The introductions to them are handled quite well, and they all come nicely into play throughout all the stage challenges. Not a single element felt underutilized or oversaturated. Very fine balance. I especially like the log carrying fellows that you can pitch a ride on. I didn't even recognize that they were Mets wearing knight helmets at first, which makes me love them even more. I also enjoy the various areas the stage offers, from the castle courtyard to the interior corridors, and grand library filled with wizardry illusions, fighting through the storm in the castle pinnacle. Definitely allows for an adventurous feeling, like going through a mini Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Few nitpicking details. The wizard enemies can feel to be a bit too durable at times, especially when combined with the nature of their summons eating up shots. I do appreciate that the summons self-destruct after a certain time of being spawned to prevent becoming an overwhelming situation. Some of the background elements that use white can easily confuse these standable platforms, even more so during pinch runs like some log-scrolling sections. A little disappointed there's no custom boss at the end, but the chase sequence kind of serves as a nice finale, just a weird, very abrupt ending is all. Flamboyant indeed. So much of the level's identity is wrapped up in the visuals. A little clashy and hard to interpret in places, and not remotely Mega Man, yet packed with character. From the clever Dr. W pennants to the superb storm clouds, this level oozes atmosphere, and that's even before taking its challenges into account. Fighting castle guards, riding battery rams, racing across fire traps, and navigating magically obscured passageways are the meat and potatoes of this level, and there's enough variety in the setups that justify the length. The wizards are particularly versatile and interesting, and the vast rainy area with its fun exploding enemies provides a welcome change of pace. I will say the challenge progression is pretty bumpy, and that the architecture and enemy density occasionally make for messy platforming. I like the concept of an auto-scrolling finale, but this one moves in fits and spurts, doesn't feel appreciably more difficult than anything before it. It sputters out in an anti-climax. I think it would have worked better to actively fight the boss while the level is moving. The music is just as fitting as the tune before it, but it's in a jarringly different style. Oh, and for a quick laugh and a long eternity of regret, try using Tornado Blow or Break Dash on the last screen. Who needs to beat the level anyhow?
Oh no.
A handful of oversights, both technical and practical, betray an almost appropriate amount of playtesting. Long load times hurt the experience. Good power-up allocation helps the experience. For one, I don't mind that some weapons are locked, the level makes sense without them. Altogether, this is a memorable level, and I respect it's too focused on developing a vision to get tripped up on its shortcomings. This is a solid level overall, but there's a lot to talk about. The new mechanics, simple they may be, feel fresh and allow for some fun platforming. Nailing the timing to areas feels rewarding. Unfortunately, screens that don't rely on your new mechanics are often the worst portions of the stage. For example, the spike drop is not fun to navigate, and at no point did I feel new Shot Man, Mega Man 3 enemy, got used well. Most of the new enemies are fun. The different wizards spawning in different enemies is a delay, although it can be a little glitchy with the Homing Ring wizard. I do appreciate that the other spawn enemies are given a time limit on their existence. This prevents the screen from getting flooded, as well as preventing potential memory leaks, which makes it even weirder that the Homing Rings do not get this. The fact that the Homing Rings do not even remotely lock onto the player means these are a problem waiting to happen. Of the new enemies, the bulky Knight Joe ended up being rather obnoxious. He's such a chunkster that jumping over him ends up being a crapshoot. That said, the battering ram Mets are probably the best asset in the stage. Hard to point to the specifics, but I think you explored this mechanic very well. Now, the graphics, which are fairly amateurish and often weirdly drawn, with shading being questionable, often looking like a filter has been applied, still gives a consistent look. If a level is going to use assets that clash with the main series, I'd much rather the level go all in on it, since unfortunately the few official Mega Man assets here stick out like a sore thumb, which is a shame. That said, the stage has a really cool atmosphere and setting, so cool in fact it helps the overall aesthetic and ends up positive for me. And to be fair, the phasing block effect does legitimately look awesome. I dig the stage's music track, bar one issue I'll mention shortly. The climax is a sticking point for me. I applaud attempting to turn an auto-scroller into the boss, but this is the part of the stage that felt half-baked. Screens are either cluttered and cramped, with shielded enemies being utter pains in the arse, and some of the latter screens being non-issues and devoid of challenge. And to me, using the X Factory, my Magnal 24-hour stage music, for this area clashes super hard with the aesthetic. It's jarring. Maybe that's just me. This boss needed work, and it caused the stage to not end on a high note. Unfortunate.
Boss time.
Oh, it's boss time.
Wily fantasy, wily romance, wily art. But nobody slammed the door. Dangerous tomes of dark magic, oh no. Are you in that much of a hurry to ruin my carefully planned organization like every arrogant warrior in this tournament? I am this close to unleashing a curse of silence. Hey, it was an accident. Those doors never closed that fast. We're here to fight for the tier rank, so it's not going to stay calm in here anyways. Stay calm in here? Things haven't been calm here since that Ernest shoved those harmless simulations in every corner of this library. You're on book fairs here, it'll basically be the same thing, he claimed. That's when no book fairs have hundreds of people scampering about on top of the bookcases. I've been up to my hat's tip at work. Just look at what people have wedged into the shelves next to actual spellbooks. Magic Princess Cyberstar Volume 4? Comps and Cybeast Player Guide V5? Not only do these people have no respect for the defining arcane arts of the past, they're not even reading the good editions. You know what's even more disrespectful? You know who gets to have the name Magic Man? Not a spellcaster or a mighty warlock, but a mere card shark, a deceptive casino owner, a scam artist! I'm sorry you have to deal with all that, but shouldn't we get out with the battle? Could at least use a break from library duties, and maybe it would blow off some steam too. That is very true. Exploding into a magic burst out of anger is the last thing I need today. There's no way to start a duel. Let's do this the wizard's way.
Invincible!
Dragon Ball.
Ow!
This is a pretty chaotic boss. I'm trying to shoot that thing. Definitely a bit of a chaotic boss. Trying to figure out how the mechanic of his homing things work. I think we can shoot them back at him.
Can't tell. No!
He is very hard to dodge.
But they stop pulling in if they move past you. Like Base's Hell's Rolling attack.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the mechanics of some of his attacks. I think I see how I do that with that one. Okay, that lightning one's hard to dodge. Ah! Excuse me! Well, there's the Undertale reference again. How am I supposed— Ah, that's really hard to dodge. What the heck? That was unexpected. That was harder to dodge than the frickin' Hell Boss. You didn't see me take on the Hell Boss, did you? The Solar Woman, like, hard boss that had, like, 15 health bars?
I think I missed that.
It took, like, 9 energy tanks to beat it because it had so much— It played like a bullet Hell Boss. Every time you take out a thing, she'd change phases and do, like, giant full-screen bullet hell attacks, spit out, like, right out of Toho. It was kind of nuts.
Some of them were lifted from Toho. I recognized Shinky's signature move there.
Oh, God. Some of this is actually kind of hard to dodge with 2 players because I don't know where it's going. Ah!
Doesn't help that he's flying just out of range.
There's a lot of attack spam that makes it a little hard to dodge, too. Ah!
Nice dodging!
Yeah, now that I'm actually expecting it, I went in the bullet hell dodge mode there. Meanwhile, oh no, Dr. Regal again!
Whew, hard work getting drawn and dollars. My first sure after all the ranks on me though. Now seems like a good time for some tea before prepping yourself for the finals. What? Watch where you're going, you cat-headed motorcycle. Well, look, when you're as good as I am, not a lot of things catch your attention, you know? Oi, what kind of attitude is that? What's there not to get? I'm the kind of bot looking for excitement. I had to find my own ways to challenge myself just so I don't die of boredom. You know, I just got done nabbing all the ranks I need for the finals. Be one who's gone with asses with a blindfold on while only driving in reverse.
Sure.
Guy B was pretty mad about it, but what can you do? Well, maybe I could have gone without blowing raspberries at them the whole time, though. You're another perk. I wonder if someone's popular running around with disrespectful attitude like that.
Eating ice cream again, really.
Yep. This should be an honorable tournament, not a poxy circus act. Show the muckers putting it all together a little respect. Don't hit me with that kind of talk. It's not my fault that no one's been giving it a challenge in this tournament. Really, I'm disappointed. Hey, I heard you're in other finals, right? You're gonna try to hit me with some moral high ground or whatever. I guess you'll have a chance to prove you're right or not when you meet in the match, huh? Probably fighting words if I ever heard that before. Trust me, with how you've been acting, I'm more than willing to bash your mug in with the hammer. Glad to hear that. Hoping to actually make a dent.
Presto is just like an overcompensating Roomba.
You're a complete nut. The nerve! I've had enough of these ridiculous gauntlets! I just roped into this nonsense for one reason and one reason only, so what's with all the stupid tests? What are you looking at? Oh, it's you. The fishy-looking Muppet. So, are you supposed to be a tournament contestant, or... Regrettably. I blew through all those ranks as fast as I could before my brain could short out from boredom. I'm only putting up with this tournament because it's another chance of pounding Bastion into the dirt.
What did Bastion ever do to you, Base?
S-ranked him with one use of Beastman? I don't know. Where is that naive loser anyway? Almost done with this clown show, I hoped. Thanks to finalists with a bad attitude. Bastion? I believe he's still rounding up those ranks. Good sportsmanship out of it, I might add. Yeah, I think someone here could learn a thing or two about that, Mr. Cranky Cod. Ugh, I hate your attitude. You sound just like him. Really, what's gotten into him? What happened to just blowing up the city, letting me loose, and being done with it? You're kind of nonsense, mate. You sure got your bots screwed on right? Gotta say, I'm not sure we're on the same page here. I don't see the appeal in being let loose. I've had to duct tape weights to myself for half these simulations just to make sure it isn't too easy for me. Oh, can it, you overhyped motorcycle. You're missing my point. This entire tournament and all this glitz and glitter is a complete waste of my time. If that chump doesn't take the bait, then it'll be even more of a waste. Alright, you got some talking to do, Blue Nose. Are you on about Bastion? Sounds like you're scheming something behind all that, Agon. I'm the schemer? This was barely my idea in the first place. Imagine your boss coming up to you and ordering you to take part in a ridiculous TV show. I could be doing literally anything else right now. I don't have to imagine it. Actually, I'm the one asking for more TV deals more often than not. But apparently they aren't interested in proposals like, put me in life-threatening situations and I'll handle it. Shut up! Both of you are so annoying! Do me a favor and lose horribly so it can just be me and Bastion in the finals, alright? Ugh. Forget if the old man's idiotic plot doesn't end first, though. What a weirdo. Doesn't he already know we already qualified? No, none of the fish robot says is gonna get under my skin. Best he's seeing you. I'm gonna go lap around the city to kill some time. I got a bad feeling about all this.
Huh, I wonder if they're blasting through the ranks not because they're good, but Wiley or Regal or whatever was setting them up to be easy for them. Setting something up. I mean, I wouldn't put it past either of them to make something way harder specifically for Mega Man. Alrighty, we got everything here.
Yay!
Should we check the thing? Grab something from the casino.
We should do the quiz!
If we know enough about it.
I came here after I heard of a hidden technique called RNG manipulation. Casino would make a perfect target for a spell that could manipulate luck itself, don't you agree? But after I got here, I learned that whoever told me about that was talking about a video game. So what am I supposed to do now? Loiter around? Throw away my fate to chance? Awkwardly leave without doing anything? You could blow the place up, I don't know. I hear there are wizards that like to do that. Quizmaster! A shield. Library! 28.
That is a lot of pips.
Break dash.
Is it? I would think it would be like Thunder Beam. No?
How many levels are in tier 6? I want to say 12? Taco Trash sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see him on ours, but I found him on my playthrough.
Michael.
Krungo!
I thought it was 50.
$40.
40?
I guess.
Okay. It's quiz time, baby. Let's do the quiz. It's a thingy. Everybody get your thingy. Skull Caverns Arena? Huh? We haven't been there. Let's try Terra? I don't know.
Skull Caverns Arena?
We haven't been there.
Is it one of the stages? Oh,
No,
wait,
it's
no.
the
Oh,
are-
that's...
It's an arena.
Oh, that would take forever and be a pain in the butt to get through, but...
I think it's Terra. Magic Card Casino. Balance stabilizer. Hold down to enjoy a perfect reality. Quiz King in a far-off land.
Spin!
That's fun.
Okay then.
Wait, did one of Bastion's poses get... Did one of Bastion's spinning poses get copied twice? No, it just... his tail just flips back and forth for his diagonal poses.
Yeah, it's similar to what Mega Man Sprite did. Oh yeah, Juan. I don't know what this guy is from. What do we got in here?
Let's get our thingies.
We got 38, which means we can...
We don't want payday.
There's...
Last win, maybe. 3-3 container.
The extra shots is pretty good for killing things quickly.
Okay. How about 3-3 and Revenge Burst?
Sure. Revenge Burst, I can notice, doesn't really do too much.
Alright, then we'll get Blast Wind.
Like, I thought it would prevent
Alright.
damage or something, but it really doesn't.
It says it prevents knockback while sliding.
No, the blast one, the other one, it uses your full charge. I haven't noticed it doing anything. I was wondering if it was glitched or something. Like, it makes a noise, but I didn't notice damaging enemies or anything else. It was just kind of weird.
Hi, presto.
Still don't know how they could possibly get through all that quickly.
Smith, I see. Not too many of those around these parts. We both do well in the Grand Library. Tier 11, that right? That big library? You interested in they got a fantasy section? More than that. There's a reason why they call areas like that grand. Places of archival like that warm my heart. Yeah, I tend to deaf off the libraries. Me, myself, I'm more a fan of labs, you know, like cryo lab or power plant. Finally, I get to meet the mucker behind the mask. Sorry for mithering you, but I've been waiting to have a conversation with you after that announcement. I can understand why. A creator, repairer like you. We're kin in so many ways, but not in others. Ah, true that. It's been my displeasure to see so many robots in disrepair. It's all I can do. I suppose so. It's also all we can do in the here and now to rehabilitate and protect. Weapons you brought along to the tournament are probably feeling pretty stale right now, huh?
We haven't been cheating at all. Sonic and Tails. They have to be here because they aren't in the Olympic Games anymore because... what are you doing here?
Ugh, my stomach hurts. Why do so many beverages have bubbles?
Why am I not able to control any of this whenever I open it? That's weird.
It is a Mr. T. Yeah,
Nothing else you want to do. Nope. I wonder where this quiz person is then. Maybe at the end? We're going to the power plant.
Welcome to the power plant. What's the source of the power gas? Coal? Nuclear fusion? Microwaves from space? I have no idea. I don't work here. I got lost on the way to Taco Wanderbell.
Sludge Man.
Looking at an average of about skip tokens, okay. Hey, Itchy Man. One of the tokens in this level is unreasonable for more reasons than I have arms. That's why we're giving it to you for free if you want it. Try to level first, though. Okay. The other tokens don't really need skip, but they're here too. Guilty by association, I guess. Just want to clean up the bathe in. You haven't known true irritation until you got a slug slime in your servos.
I guess we'll find out what's up with the token.
We're looking at an average of about 12 levels per tier now.
Frog.
Wait a second, was that a Zelda 2 sound effect I heard?
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Yoko blocks. Uh-oh, it's the challenge gonna be Yoko blocks.
Man, I can't hear the thing moving. Nice. Up there.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Is this the one?
This looks like it could be the one. Rhythm games!
Ah! Why did that shove me up? What the heck? Excuse me! I got zipped into the block! What the heck? I did not expect to get zipped. Oh no.
Nailed it!
Uh-oh. Ah!
Yeah! Okay, this slime isn't making a sound. I guess I was just imagining the Zelda 2 sound.
We could walk on it in the previous screen, excuse me.
There were lily pads in that water.
But there were, yes, there was, but in the spots where the lily pads were not, you could walk on in that previous screen.
I only stepped on the lily pads.
I stepped off to see if I could. I'm guessing it's just weird, like, hitboxes with the lily pads.
Probably.
Ow, 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 ow. Need Gudra form for this here.
It's the frog, that's what I'm hearing. Ice wall block.
I saw it.
Well, it doesn't matter because you're dead.
That's why I ran into the thing after I saw it.
Woo! I'll push. Yeah!
Fish. Have we hit? I don't know if we've hit the unreasonably difficult one yet. I mean,
If it's not the first one, it's gonna be the third one.
it's gotta be. Makes me wonder what the heck it is. That fish.
That didn't work. I'll set.
Like,
You know what would help my frame rate? If I didn't have your stream running concurrently with Parsec.
Oh. Yeah, that would help. Whoa, that was timing.
This one's funny, because, like, you don't even really need the... Well, if you fall off the Yoku block and then have to jump up, yeah, you do need timing. I like this level. That was a crazy token challenge, but I like this level.
It's a little hard with you get multiplayer lag. Oh, of course, the second you turn my stream off, you get a bot.
I still have Twitch open.
Oh.
I just have your stream paused.
I've been getting weird, like, spam PMs on Twitch too, like... it's like, I love your stream and I love you too, would you like to go on a date? Please, like, PM me. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, what is this? Yes, I'm interested in Gobbledygook 127789 Russian Cyrillic letters, thank you. Like, what? Is it up? The things haven't been going off.
Maybe we just have a genuine split path.
I know, but one of the token thing hasn't been going off. That's what I mean. I don't know if you took the right route. I guess we'll find out. What? Why did it appear on top of me after you went? What? What? When you died, it immediately like appeared on top of me. That was a glitchy enemy. Looks like both are leading the same spot.
Looks like they're
Oh jeez. Hey! That was something. Stop that. Weird timing. Oh, well, I can use that. It's this way.
Alright, checkpoint to the left. Ice wall. Or that.
What?
Or we can just walk there. Okay.
I have like no health here, but... Yep, that was gonna happen.
Dead.
That is kind of a absurd amounts of frickin' weapon usage.
Good thing there's two of us.
Oh, turn it off before you kill it, yeah. What? Oh, it's revealing it.
Oh.
Like hidden
Oh,
pathways.
okay. Follow it!
Uh-oh.
Okay, it well, it either despawned or fell in the... What the...
Fell in the what the heck? Well.
Oops. Well, that's fine. We can just, yeah, do that. Oh yeah, that's not a thing. Ugh. Nice.
Interesting idea. It's a very long sort of challenge here.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta make sure he doesn't despawn.
it's an interesting concept, but man, it takes forever. And if you die, you have to do it again, which is not great.
Look out.
Oh no, now we have to do this whole thing again.
Okay, yeah, that's.
This has to be
something.
a completely this has to be the unreasonable token.
We almost got to the end though.
That is just way too long and just so like monotonously slow. Sheesh. Like, I was willing to try to get the token, but failing and then taking another, like, 5-10 minutes to retry it is kind of annoying.
This especially makes you either want to meditate in your peaceful garden or jam out with your flute. Aww.
I'm gonna tell him swim. Now let's go get that missing token. Had to be the third one.
We will never know.
Guess we'll find out.
I guess we will know. Pretty good scores all around. Flashman scored a little low.
Yeah, that last token was just... like, if it was just the one screen, that would have been fine, but, like, that was way too long for a token challenge and slow.
Sludgeman! Wow, that was a weirdly quaint swap. Sludgeman's a band of the rock and tune, and for the most part, it's decently designed. I enjoy the pneumatals and the new metals and the mosquitoes, especially the mosquitoes. The bugs make excellent distractions, work well in tight spaces, and considering my utter disdain for real-life creatures, it's so satisfying to slaughter them here. The lily enemies were a clever idea, rewarding players for paying attention, and I rather enjoyed the sludge and the slugs that make it. The enemy type being a nice twist on the gimmick. Top it off with a solid boss fight, although screen obscuring smog does not combine with random speed bombs. And this has a good start going. Sadly, the rest of the stage leaves me wanting more, even considering how long it is. For smaller issues, frogs are a cool idea, but my blind rhino almost never saw their tongue slap attack. Similarly, the lily enemies proved too easy to destroy, so they didn't end up adding much outside of one lily who attacks you from a spot you just can't just buster snipe in. And the Yoku blocks, when not combined with Noob at all, ended up generally boring. But my main issue lies with the underwater sections. Across the board, they were dull. Their Yokus were devoid of challenge. Spikes and pits are not a substitute for a clever pattern. And the catfish enemy tends to die before it can do any real damage. The only thing I enjoyed here was the catfish mini-boss, and even then his earthquake was a bit annoying. The other thing I need to talk about is the tokens. The first one is fun enough for a Yoku challenge, besides the weird several-second-long trap around the token. And the second one was a neat little ice wall moment. With the third one, I'm okay with waiting around to learn a puzzle, but just waiting for the slugs to slime the area was boring. Considering the sheer length of that section, it ends up being too much for one token and it drains a significant portion of fun from the experience. I like the idea behind the slugs revealing invisible platforms, but I think this needs to be faster.
Yep, that's what I said.
Aside from a couple hang-ups here and there, this is a pretty solid level. One of the strongest aspects is the theming. The overall look of everything is great, from the tiles to the custom enemies. I wasn't much of a fan of the new the rest of them were fairly entertaining to fight, especially the catfish mini-boss, even though he gets them really quick with proper button mashing. For the most part, the level design and room layouts are good as well. Normally I don't like contending with enemies while on small platforms, but I found the instances of those here, mainly while on the lily pads, to be pretty manageable and fun. I'd say the only sour spot on the main path, at least, are the Yoku block rooms. The main issue with them is they're a bit too easy. This especially holds true for the first underwater room featuring them, since you could skip the whole sequence by jumping from the floor to the final set of blocks. The first token challenge manages to make the blocks way more interesting though, which I can appreciate. However, the third token challenge is a major problem. Having to use the slug enemies to guide you through a series of invisible platforms is a sound idea in theory, but in practice it becomes tedious very quickly. Dying in this section means having to do it all over again, which elevates it from tedious to frustrating. This would have been a lot more bearable if the section's length had been cut down some, but in its current state it's a huge fault in an otherwise fun stage. Aside from that, there's also Sludge Man himself. His fight is pretty average. I'm not really a fan of the seemingly random nature at which his sludge shots spread out. All of how he obscures the screen. The fight is still relatively manageable, but considering these two attacks make up the majority of his moveset, it really feels like there could have been more to it. Swamp Fever! Don't get bitten! I really like the aesthetics here. Surprisingly pleasant looking with the swamp and refinery theme. Good choice on the music too. The stage on its own was also fine. Not too complicated, but also decently designed with a few rough edges in some parts. Jam points bonus. Such as the mosquito enemies, true to their inspiration, are annoying to deal with. They fly in an erratic pattern, and they can deal some serious damage once they latch onto you. Doesn't help that they don't actually take damage during that stage, so they just freely re-latch onto you in a loop. There's one part where it can be kind of a gotcha trap, where after you take the first token path exit, it's not immediately clear that there are lily pads over the water, and the player can just accidentally walk off without realizing the water surface isn't solid. If you take the normal path, however, the stage actually does show you that there is in fact water you can fall through around the lily pads, so a bit of oversight there regarding the order of the paths the player can take. Sludge gimmick is pretty bog standard with how it impairs your movement. It can easily be worked around by jumping and sliding, so they are just kind of there and don't offer much. The Yoku block segments are pretty tame, and that's fine, really. I'd rather not have any mosquitoes placed around the blocks that are ready to knock me off into the pits. The slug enemies that leave sludge on their trail are cute, but they move really, really slowly. Normally that would be a problem, except the third token becomes an absolute chore to get to on repeated attempts, where you need them to lead you through the invisible block maze. And that spike trap is just mean, making you think you can stand on top of them with a sludge, except it still kills you and brings you all the way back. Sludge Man is kind of chaotic with a seemingly random barrage sludge attack he throws, but is otherwise manageable. The sludge splashes are more threatening than the actual sludge the bombs leave behind, due to the aforementioned workouts for their movement impairing attributes, so it doesn't really add much to the challenge of avoiding Sludge Man itself. The smoke bomb is also a rather odd element to the fight, but it doesn't poison you, but merely obstructs when Sludge Man will be jumping into you. This level is full of frustrating contradictions. Power-ups are everywhere except where they're needed most. The asset selection has enough creative potential to justify the large screen count, yet the third of the level could easily be cut without losing anything. Because Sludge Man fires 5 consecutive sludge bombs instead of, say, 3, his otherwise excellent pattern feels way too spammy. Theming and gameplay focus are superb within individual sections and disjointed when taken as a whole. Unless it gets contaminated later on, crystal clear water is hardly appropriate for a level called Sludge Man. I'm not a fan of the water surface looking deceptively solid. Yoku blocks never really click for me, and they're usually too safe and isolated from everything else. However, combining them with water physics is a nice start, and I like the concept of the one token path. Difficulty progression along the main route is gradual to a fault, but the alternate paths, notwithstanding the rather pleasant ice wall area, start at maximum difficulty and don't know when to stop. Moreover, the learning curve only works if you stay on the main path and avoid the temptation to bypass most of the entire level with Rush Jet. I love a good weapon and gimmick puzzle, as long as it's clear that it's a puzzle. The area with the invisible blocks should have been my favorites, but they ruined the level. You can't suddenly make the water surface actually solid. Start with tiles that have no previous associations. The underwater part of the puzzle is actually a better introduction. Make the slugs invincible so you can't destroy them before you understand their purpose. I usually don't dodge functionality for perceived dysfunction, but I initially couldn't complete the challenge because it seemed like the level was broken. Rookie design flaws completely undermine the professionalism of the polished programming and Capcom quality aesthetics. First impressions for the stage are great, and a swell atmosphere, and I love the new enemies here, albeit some are a little buggy. Mosquito enemies can pretty much take your away ability to climb ladders and shoot. Even when you get rid of the blighter, it's a rather serious issue, and the slugs don't always behave properly. In fact, most of the stage lives up to its first impressions. With fair layouts and not worthwhile challenge, the first two tokens feel satisfying to attain. I very much appreciate how you used the Yoku blocks in this stage. There were some clever setups, and the few traps you put in were ones you could actually recover from if you were quick enough. You have a bit of an issue with introducing new mechanics, especially if you go any of the alternative routes of skip set introductions. And the sludge vents can be a little irritating, if I'm to be honest. The topmost path of the stage felt both pointless and pointlessly difficult, with no real reward for going that route, and the final token with the invisible platform is simply obnoxious to get. The idea is clever if introduced badly. It took a while to sink in that there were invisible solid platforms, because I assumed it was the water made solid by the slugs. But it's so drawn out, slow, and full of instant death that I kinda got bored with the segment, and the concept quickly lost its appeal. The main issue with this section is the speed of the slugs. They're just sitting there twiddling your thumb for ages. Sludge Man was hard, mostly down to his sludge attack, which can be very difficult to dodge, and as far as I can tell, it's completely RNG how he uses it. Sometimes he won't hit anywhere near you, other times he will quite literally cover the entire floor in sludge bombs. Spudge bombs.
Oh.
I see the I see the pattern to the rest of him, but I might have lost this one attack, and it dampens my opinion on the boss as a whole. Overall, there's a good stage in there, just let down that I did odd bits of obnoxious design pervasive throughout.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, so why is everyone hanging around here painted the same color as the walls? It's not the green energy we were going for. Today I learned if somebody has gum stuck to their shoe, don't let them ride you. Lol.
Oh no.
And if you do let them ride you and get all gummy, don't jump into the ceiling to scrape it off.
Oh.
Hey! Flashman Bronze favorite. Silver favorite. Okay. 10% time penalty, Undead Fortress.
Patchy didn't give it. Wow. Patchy usually gives out the high scores.
Hi, Gutsman.
Hi. Hi. Yes, hi, Gutsman. You exist, I guess.
This looks familiar.
Ow. Wily from Mega Man 1.
Yeah, this looks familiar.
It's Wily from Mega Man 1. Wily 1, Mega Man 1, yeah.
Except all dilapidated.
Oh, this is the... No, that was the skeleton. Oh. Oh! Okay. Yeah. I saw that. Uh-oh.
Slide under it.
Yay, health. That!
It keeps happening.
This level certainly wants to try to give you Mega Man jump scares, huh?
Good. down.
No. Well,
What?
that happened.
It sure did. Ugh. Oops.
Oh no. Ow. Oh no. Jeez. Ow. Oh, that was you that got hit. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I didn't even see that because of lag.
Yay. Perfect dodge.
Okay.
What the? Yellow devil. Zombie devil. What? Oh! Zombie devil. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Ah! Okay, how do you dodge that?
Ice wall.
Yeah, ice wall seems to be
Okay, you
overrated.
jump. Alright, you jump over the low one and you approach him for the high one. The jump timing has to be pretty good. Got him!
What? Biblically accurate demons? What? Time penalty? No. That was a neat stage.
Yeah. The Fortress of Mega Man 1 is not a paragon of interesting design, so picking that of all things to remake, talk about a risky decision. Fortunately, this is a significant improvement over that now ancient finale, which, funnily enough, is reflected in the level's decrepit state. The crumbling floor has a solid mix of old and new, rearranging and modifying familiar layouts to add new tricks, plus a handful of new damage in the level that shows how far the place has fallen. The falling blocks are a nice enough gimmick, though I sometimes found the required reflexes a teensy bit much, and they can cause some downright bizarre screen transitions. But the core problem with this level is how it relies on its own destruction at the expense of all else. While the gimmick setup easily surpasses the original, particularly by getting the actual use from the fire bars, the enemies, while they certainly look cool, are overall unmemorable in execution. Big eyes and fleas aren't enough to keep the first part of the stage interesting, even with the falling apart terrain. While it tries to get better in the second half with bladers, Susies, and screw bombers, the most of them can be easily dispatched from safety is a bit dull, combined with a lot of what feels like empty padding in the earlier half as well as just being plain long. I get that the theme is undead, but even the undead still have a little more life in them. The last parts before the boss, thankfully, are much more interesting than the earlier portions. The difficulty curve is a bit weird. I found a super long falling ceiling was less of a threat than all the falling platforms before it, but it's a solid climax all the same. More prominently, the zombie devil outstrips the level's quality by a mile. Not only is he wonderfully unnerving, but he's also a devil fight that isn't tedium incarnate. The dodges on the attacks can be a bit uncomfortably tight, but overall he ends the place on a high note. As far as remake levels go, this is probably one of the best. While I really like the premise of this stage, I can't help but feel like it's missing something. Don't get me wrong though, it's a pretty decent level as a whole, but I think it could have been a lot better as well. The biggest issue I have with this stage is how some of the collapsing floors and ceilings are used. They're implemented really well in the early parts of the stages. They all have obvious placements and are unlikely to catch you out, with the exception of that first falling green ceiling. I did phase through one of the crumbling floors at one point, but everything was going well otherwise. That changed when I got near the end of the stage though. It's very easy to get blindsided by some of the final sections, especially when enemies are thrown into the mix. One hit can sometimes slow you down just enough to ensure you won't make it to safe ground. Thankfully, the checkpoint placement is generous enough to relieve any potential frustration. Other than that, the rest of the stage is alright. It's nothing spectacular, but it doesn't do anything wrong either. I'd like to take on the whole zombie theme, which is used to good effect with the visuals here. As far as gameplay goes, however, I really wish it was used for more than just crumbling ceilings. And having some of the enemies look decayed. There's a whole lot of potential in the whole undead theme, which seems to have been saved for the boss. He's easily the high point of the stage, having a pretty interesting fight that sets itself apart from the usual devil-style bosses. The only part about this battle I found somewhat questionable was the laser attack, given it can easily catch you off guard at first thanks to the strict spacing needed to avoid it. Otherwise, I had a lot of fun with this fight, to the point where I actually found myself replaying this stage several times just to fight him again. That's something I can't say for nearly any other devil-type boss I've come across in a fan game before, or the official ones for that matter. So that alone made the stage a pretty memorable one in my book. Old memories come haunting back! Whoa. That was a legitimately quite a creepy stage. You really got the atmosphere right, hands down. The combination of the disturbing remix of Mega Man 1 Fortress, the layout replicating said fortress, and the worn-down zombie-looking Mega Man 1 enemies, it does a very good job of giving off that creepy vibe of an abandoned place. Actually, can robots become zombies? What would you call zombified robots? Zombots? Yeah, let's go with that. Ultimately, the atmosphere is only a portion of the grand scheme of things. We still need to look into the actual level design. Unfortunately, it's not that pretty. There are plenty of spots where the ceilings or floors would fall and no dripping debris is shown, and sometimes it's played for scare, but other times it's actually dangerous. It's quite inconsistent and can lead to some unfair circumstances the player has no way to prepare for and react to. Combining the urgency of rushing through rooms with bomb barrages, giving even less opportunity to breathe, makes for a disastrous time. For the boss, points for its graphics, except the part where its physical hitbox is smaller than it depicts. Which would have made the laser dodging more tolerable. Oh yeah, the laser tag. It definitely could be toned down on the precision needed to dodge it. The extra half bar of health seems rather unwarranted, given it already takes minimum damage from the buster. And its attacks can be very punishing and not dodged properly. I do appreciate that he doesn't fight like a typical devil boss, even if the splitting attack is much more manageable with its slower firing rate and leading shots. Pardon me, but I believe you're looking for the Make a Superb Mega Man level contest, which is down the hall. This is a shining example of level design done right, and a model for any other levels that want to reference past games. The premise is simple. After decades of disrepair, Wily's first fortress is a forgotten tomb for its robotic residents, or maybe it's just Mega Man 1 but undead. Either way, everything works together to sell that premise, from the spooky remix music to the enemies in various states of visual decay. There's a careful balance of old and new in the graphics, architecture, and challenges. Comfortable familiarity gives way to twists and surprises that transform the experience into something wholly unique, and the payoff at the end is tremendous. The storytelling is brilliantly intertwined with the challenge progression. When the ceiling starts crumbling, for example, it's both a memorable set piece and a seamless introduction to the obstacles ahead. The difficulty in each section ramps up steadily, reaches a satisfying culmination, and then disappears for a few screens to build anticipation for what's ahead. Everything is deliberate, nothing is wasted. My qualms are few but worth articulating. I experienced slowdown with the crumbling walls and fleeting flickering going into the boss. The boss's weak point is in a different place than the flashing damage exoskeleton would suggest, and the health bar colors look too similar to me. One bar with adjusted damage values would have been preferable. Two-way horizontal transitions are questionable. Backtracking is dangerous in one spot, briefly messes with the background elsewhere, and unnecessary in the linear, puzzle-free level. 3 or 4 screens leaving you wanting some teensy design changes, but that's it. This level is so clever, and deliciously creepy. From a nostalgic beginning to a horrifying climax, everything just works. It's a throwback that stands taller than you haven't played Mega Man 1. Outstanding. Well now, this is very cool. But wait, depending on where this lands in the contest, you may have noticed me frequently complain about stage remakes and how often I tend to dislike them heavily. What makes this stage so special, seeing how it straight up lists segments from Mega Man 1? It's even a large segment of the fortress in a single stage, and you did despise other stages that did that. You even complained in Beagle 2 too! Well, explain that mixed gay furry dog thing, huh? So weirdly angry straw person who doesn't exist, I'd be happy to. But it's not just a remake stage. The big issue with these stages is that I could swap the entry with the original level, and it feels exactly the same even if it swaps the odd enemy or gimmick here and there. If it has a new layout, if it feels like I might as well just play the original stage, and if that said stage is better even, then what really is the point of the new one? Remakes of stages in these contests should offer something only the remake can offer. Here, you don't get that I've played this before sensation. Instead, it offers the familiar locale and a few choice assets from Mega Man 1, but has enough brand new content that offsets the repeated screens. And those repeat screens, it plays with expectations and design of those screens by doing something that is new to this level and this level alone. You can't just swap this stage with Wily Castle. And that's really the rub of it. This level offers a whole new experience. I haven't played this before. It helps that this is a pretty fun stage. When the player and the stage are in sync, it's a smooth glide through the creepy area. And as the broken stage literally breaks apart around you, enemies are reskinned to embrace atmosphere and even little effects like the lights flickering on and off. Did you notice that bit? It's really subtle, but it enhances the mood. I thought it was a trick of the eyes initially. Very cool. The stage does have faults. Some areas really do require trial and error to bypass. Checkpoint places helps offset this, but I'd say the area that either requires running or sliding to get through could have done with just more of a visual cue. And of the enemies, they're fine, right? They're basic and generic, but again, it's a stage remake, that's fine. They work given the layouts, but the pit enemies, the bombs, those hurt the flow of the stage. Whoops.
So does, like, hitting the wrong directional key.
With no warning and some absurdly large coverage, you're difficult to avoid, which, when getting nailed by just one or two of them, forces the player to damage boost to avoid being crushed. Just grinds my gears a little bit. I knew what the boss was coming in. We all knew, right? What else could it be? Channeling its best X6 Sigma, the zombie devil was very, very cool. It's damn creepy, and the sheer occasional claustrophobia-inducing casual walk towards you, oh no, why isn't it stopping, really sells it. By virtue of not just doing the usual devil stuff, the usual devil tedium does not occur here, even with its increased health and defense. The I-beam is rather hard to parse though. I understand how it's dodged, but its timing and rather odd sound effects are such it took a whole lot of attempts to make it reliable. I think some better sound cues would have helped this fight gel just that bit more. Overall though, it's one of the better devils out there, although please don't take that as Dan with faint praise, because it's overall one of my favorite boss fights in the contest. So, yes, overall a cool stage, and a great example of how to make a remake stage feel new, though anyone thinking about entering a stage remake in Magnum 4, don't try and do this again, come up with something original. It just could have used further tweaking to really push it up there. I need water. 44 stages left! Simulation just a... thing. It's a thing that does a thing.
Bastion doesn't leave decay in his wake. What are you talking about? Quit blaming him for stuff he's not involved in. Unless there's another Bastion we don't know about involved in Mega Man universe, but...
Here we go!
If anything, if there was a Mega Man World Bastion, he'd be taking the scraps to rebuild into things at this point.
Okay.
Or just making friends. The Bastion virus is a good virus that makes friends out of bad guys. So. Geek Man!
Another 5 token. Wow.
Oh, Contra Hardcore music.
Oh, it is you. If you want that precious data back, you'll have to go through my hideout first. Otherwise, try not to let the door hit you on the way out. Oh, and by the way, remind Dr. Lake to choose a better password next time.
Music's pretty quiet, but this is Contra Hardcore music.
Wasn't that a Genesis game?
Yes. I don't remember if this is the level that, with the weird geek hacker dude, it might be, the music. There's a boss that, yes, I think it is. He uses a virtual reality machine to attack you.
Nice.
Of course, this is not exactly great music for this, because it's very, when you run into this music, it is in a very short section at the end of the stage. So it's not meant to be like long repeating. Oh wait, no, this is... What level is this from on Contra Hardcore? Oh, this is the motorcycle level, maybe. Man, it's been so long. I used to play through it. I used to be able to beat Contra Hardcore on one life. I don't think I can do that anymore though. That game is really hard. I mean, it's Contra.
Oh, alright, those are top solids. Okay. Yeah! Why does my health bar change color when you pick up the... Oh, right, I guess I got healed a little bit. Oops. Sure made good use of that sample channel.
I mean, Hardcore is one of the... has one of the best soundtracks on Genesis, so... but in this, it's kind of quiet.
Wait, was this just the... Is this what it sounds like on the Genesis?
Yes.
Okay.
This is exactly what it sounds like on Genesis.
I thought it was a Genesis track. It ported to NES or something.
No.
Okay.
It's getting faster. It's gonna be a pain in the butt.
Jump over it.
What? What?
They flip when you jump.
Oh, I thought they were doing it automatically. Okay. Very rude enemies for this type of thing.
I think it works.
It's a pain in the butt. It's actually not in that where you get a whole bunch at once like that. Oh, this is going to be a pain in multiplayer. Who controls it? You do.
Me. Here, I'll take it.
Well, this next section is going to be a really...
It's you. Whee!
At least with you going first, you can take care of the enemy! Ah, a little bit of lag got me there. This is going to be a real pain with multiplayer, wow.
At least they don't flip when when either of us jumps.
Gonna just have to bypass it with multiplayer, unfortunately, but hey. That's not on the level designer's fault. Mega Man isn't exactly... Oh, thanks for the fart! That's... Oh, I can't breathe, dog. Ugh.
You didn't get it! Whoa! I'm surprised you made it.
That was a little tight, jeez.
Hi, Sparkman. We're just fighting Sparkman now?
Wait, why is he making me shoot? When he shot, I shot my weapon, what? Oh. He's shifting colors too, stop. Weird. I'm guessing the different colors make them go different directions? It's hard to tell in the fight.
I didn't understand that.
I wish the music was louder so we could actually hear it. Ow. Ow. Well.
Rude
Oh, thank you for jumping. Okay. Perfect timing. Those were some really bad enemy placements for that. Jeez.
Yeah,
why do those go faster than the thing? That's... Wow. It is really hard to avoid damage in this.
Incorrect.
This is sure going to be a thing of both of us. Who controls it? You do.
Oops. It's the sound of me falling in a hole. Joe!
Don't put Joe in here. We're trying to catch up to this thing. Oh, this is awful. This is awful. That is awful. That is an awful section. Wow. That is not good.
It's really cool.
That's not with the enemy placement there. It is kind of some real jerkish enemy placement that works. That is kind of a detriment to the thing being used. Joe should not be there. Joe is an awful, awful thing for that.
Well.
Why are you going that way? What the There's definitely
Video
some weird functionality mistakes going on with that part. You were controlling it this time.
It's me again. Uh-oh. Oops.
Oh, this section is being very annoying.
Those things should, like, I don't know, fall in between a cage made of... Actually, no, they, like, end up going the wrong way if you did that.
That was you.
I jumped.
It didn't jump on my end at all. Oh, it's you again.
Yeah.
We're not even all the, like close to all the way through the level either, judging by the tokens.
That didn't work. I'm just not going to make it into this room, huh?
Oh, these.
Made it! Yes!
Oh, that's a pain in the butt. Can you not? Oh, I can't do anything about this either. I have to use the stupid thing. Oh, now you're controlling it. Now none of us
No,
are controlling it. That is a terrible token.
I got this.
It's broken.
Wow. Okay.
Stop! Oh, this is so frustrating.
Why are you making it go back all the way?
I'm not making it go back all the way. I'm trying to time that right there. God, that is like practically RNG there. That is a pain in the butt. Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Jeez.
What?
Impressive, bastard. You made it all the way through my lair.
What? Well, this is. I know Sprite
He's so
work.
pink.
That's not fast.
That's not fast,
They
dude.
still haven't fixed that.
Surrender now, Geek Man. It is over. There is nowhere you can run off to now. Also, you were way too weak to take me on. Seriously, Geek Man? That's probably the least threatening name I've ever heard.
At least the dialogue fits Susie.
You fell right into my trap. Wait, what? Activate VR zone!
It is the... Yeah, it's the Contra hardcore reference. That, yep. Yep, it's... Is it going to be the same thing? Where am I?
Welcome to my fantasy, the one in which I will defeat you. I'd like for you to meet some of my original characters.
Is this going to be... Oh no!
Oh no! It's original the character! Ow. Alright, cool pattern.
It's actually really tight timing to dodge that.
Oh no, it's an airman recolor!
Oh no, it's a Toho.
Doesn't look like any Toho I know.
I mean, I appreciate the hardcore reference. It's just don't appear. Don't let him appear on top of the player. That's very rude. You didn't drop any energy that time.
Impressive, but let's see how it can fare against me. Square.
Is this supposed to be like a reference to like ZZT or Megazooks or something? What is this? Why do you take so little damage? Oh no, it's referencing that it's like ZZT levels of the frickin' actual boss from kind of hardcore. Yes, it is.
You might want to E-Tank.
Why do you have so much health? What was his weakness again? I like
Light Trident.
I like the Buster only, but this boss is taking forever. Ow.
He doesn't do very much damage.
There is a little bit of lag I get hit by sometimes. Whoa!
Spikes! That was close.
That's a kind of rude thing. Hopefully those spikes don't actually kill you.
Okay, I surrender.
Stop it, there's no reason for this to drag out.
Okay, I surrender. Let's shoot me.
You do realize you're a robot master, right? What did you think I was gonna... no. What?
Okay, I get it. What will I do? Promise you if I'll do it no more harm. I'll just sit in my room watching movies all day.
This doesn't... Quit putting words. This is not what anything Bastion would say. Excuse me. No.
So you letting me go?
For returning Dr. Light's data.
Okay, fine, take it. But remember that Dr. Wily is just one of my clients. And you have to admit, that VR zone is pretty rad, right?
I guess.
Hey, if you ever want to see what else I can do with the VR zone, just let me know, okay?
Sure, let's just get out of that. Yeah, nope, sorry dude, that's a lot of that is not something Bastion would say. It's just way out of character. Nope.
Centaur Man! Here.
Luscious long hair. That sure was...
I was never trained how to jump. Send help! Geek Man by SVN Ranga. I was really looking forward to seeing what this level was about given the name. Honestly, first impressions left me underwhelmed. There's no real issue with the outright level design. It introduces its core combat concepts smartly, and the second section eases you into the main challenge with a variety of footwalkers. It's built, but there's no real theme to it. Well, exposed souls, Joes, boxes, and footwalkers are not exactly the most interesting assets, especially paired with a nondescript fortress background. Seems that while the design is alright, it doesn't stand out half as well as one would hope. Fortunately, the Mario-esque switch box gives us a more geeky element at a halfway point. This is more or less what the level needed, and it gets a massive variety of mutations that culminate in one long football switch box segment. Unfortunately, this is a lot more effective than Mario's games for a reason. Mega Man just doesn't have the same level of aerial mobility. Since a single wrong button can get you killed, particularly in the lengthy jumping room, you're significantly more nerve-wracking than intended. And the end result is awkward to play. Ironically, this improves immensely once the gimmicks combine with the footwalkers, which highlights how off-kilter that middle piece is. Still, that's the one area where the level design itself outright falters. Otherwise, this plays fine from start to finish, with the big issue being the nondescript fortress setting. The boss fights, thankfully, are the kind of interesting I'm looking for. Sparkman has a nice spin on the switch box, far more suited to Mega Man's gameplay. As for Geek Man, I'm surprised Mega Man thinks geeks are less threatening than Bubbles in 2000X. As for the fight itself, it's decent, but oh my goodness, is it ever long. This is about 6 phases on 5 health bars, too much to do in one life. The individual fights aren't bad, the only OC that wasn't fun was the Toho, which felt like a Wily Capsule and had Wily Capsule problems. And Geek Man itself was a wonderful challenge of mastery. If they were split by a checkpoint, I'd be happy, but instead, dying to Geek Man shoves you back to Brown Sonic, which is a lot of progress lost. Still, where the boss lacks in design consideration, he makes up for it by being interesting. He was a good guy. He was a good way to end the level, and I wish the rest of it was just geeky.
I'm guessing Mick didn't know about Contra Hardcore there, but I don't know how many of these judges have played Contra Hardcore. Like, I get the references, for sure. I just don't think the Walker section with the switches needed a Joe in the way when you had to keep up with it, because the Joe is just needlessly bad in that section. Take out the Joe, put in a different enemy maybe, and it would be a lot better. That Joe is just way out of place. You don't need a shield enemy when you're in a race section like that that's already tight timing.
I'm not sure if I have much to say about this one, to be honest. It's a little on the generic side, but this is still a perfectly serviceable level at the end of the day. To be fair, there's some pretty decent ideas and gimmick applications going on here. The jump switch box is used in a way to help keep things engaging, and I quite like some of the enemy variations here. Whoops. Interrupting Mick! Mainly the one used with platform rails. Meanwhile, Two-Eyed Sniper Joe is one of the most cursed things I've seen in this contest. Also, the introductions and segments after that are decently put together, and there's some clear thought toward the difficulty curve here. That being said, one part of the level that I felt was a bit out of place was the second token. I found the process of getting it strangely way more difficult than anything else in the level, even the other tokens. It definitely felt like something that should have belonged more toward the end of the stage. I have mixed feelings about this fight. At the very least, I appreciate that the mini-bosses leading up to him aren't too overwhelming, though that Toho one probably could have stayed within the Buster's range a little more often. The fight against Geek Man proper isn't that great, though. His first phase attack, as in the only thing he does, is way too simplistic and easy to avoid, while he stays out of the Buster's reach for far too long during the second phase. Meanwhile, the final phase suddenly amps things up quite a bit, with spikes now lining up on the floor, and the jump block gimmick coming into play during all this. I certainly don't mind the ideas present here, but a better difficulty curve for the fight would have made things a lot smoother. Overall, though, I didn't really mind the stage that much. This one's fine for what it is in my book. Oh, I see the fortified donuts!
Okay, what? What?
I don't know. Donuts. Although the gimmicks are basic fairly, and generic overall, the stage makes use of them quite well. None of the gimmicks feel underutilized, and they are pieced together throughout the stage nicely. The green bullet reskin seems a bit unnecessary, as it doesn't stand out as much as regular bullets do. It can become really hard to see at the overall dark background of the stage. The switches are quite elegantly implemented, as they make for neat little platforming gimmicks, and synergize very well with the foot boulders and the bad enemies that push players into jumping and must activate the switches. The Sparkman fight, although very creative with how the jump switching mechanic can influence the way he attacks, is overall quite awkward. It seems that the player is encouraged to keep Sparkman in his blue state, but there's not enough urge for it, as it only makes him shoot the big spark shots slightly away from where you are. There's just too much jumping required for maneuvering around the arena and dodging the smaller spark shots as well. The different states only serve to throw players off the rhythm. The real boss fight is very charming, referencing recolors of characters from popular franchises and make for neat little mini-boss fights themselves. And it was quite a funny concept on its own, and Geekman himself ain't too bad either. The last phase can be a little too hectic with the implementation of the jump switch mechanic, which a player doesn't really have control over due to the spikes and footholder hopping around. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, it only switches from two very basic ways of Geekman attacking. The interactivity with Geekman after the fight adds to the charm of the stage as well. Props for making quite a lovable character. I was expecting a level equivalent of Weird Al Yankovic's White and Nerdy. What I got was bats and feety foot holders, non-specific fortress tiles, and odd-looking Joes. There's no denying the creativity. Everything here is either brand new or a fresh twist on the familiar. I fail to see how it all relates to the boss. Setting aside the premise, the level is quite decent. Challenges ramp up at an acceptable pace, their top solids are introduced in a bad spot, and they sufficiently explore the potential of these aspects. Everything is deliciously tricky, with a puzzle element that I love. Switchblocks are used especially well, and the line-guided blade challenges are highly satisfying. The graphics are appealing without drawing attention away from the challenges. If it were actually loud enough to hear, I'm sure I'd say the music is nice. However, checkpoint placement isn't aligned well with the challenge arcs, which you'll notice when dying on some rocky footholder sections. When given a split path, it's unclear which way to go. Huge portions of the level can be bypassed with Rush Jet, and I'm unsure why any weapon other than Magnet Beam needed to be locked. Moreover, Joe Shields only block the Buster. A couple screen transitions can be deadly if you're messing around, and the boss fight doesn't fully account for special weapons, including a potential soft lock. The boss is fine but disappointing, attack patterns are repetitive, and those OCs could have been a comedy goldmine if given names and backstories. Geekman himself looks strange, I can't tell if he's human or robot, and his dialogue doesn't hook me. Paradoxically, the level is strongest when it strays from its premise, but doing so makes the whole thing weaker. I say ditch the story and embrace the platforming goodness that works so well on its own. The big takeaway here is that the main gimmicks are very well explored. This is a challenging stage that only rarely has difficulty spikes. It builds on the elements it teaches, and it teaches it all very well. The jump swapping block, taken directly from one of the Mario games, I'm sure, just works so well when combined with Mega Man. And although they're a little slow, the walking footholders make for some interesting if tricky segments. And I'd say... Cat, please.
Luna, actually, trying to lick my mouth.
Oh, hi Luna. Hi puppy.
Hi, Pop.
Look at this puppy, she's so cute. Look at this puppy, she's so cute. Hi Luna. Hi
Can you
puppy.
get down? Thank you. Good girl.
Although they're a little slow, the walking footholders make for some interesting if tricky segments, and I'd say most tokens are fairly reasonable with weapons. Acting as solid mini side challenges. The final star token is just irritating though. It's not hard, it's just too awkward and frustrating.
Yes.
The timing often feels like a crapshoot here.
Yes, yes.
The biggest issue I had with this stage, and I fear this will make this level a little contentious going forward, is checkpoints. They're quite long, and it really would have helped the stage's pacing if a few were more liberally placed. Lot handling prior to the weird Sparkman fight is especially glaring. The stage looks and feels a bit generic, but not to the same extent as some stages. Considering the graphics are directly from the Wily stages, it still looks nice. Would prefer more flavor elements and life to the background, details to set apart. But what's there does help. One noteworthy detail is the use of shadows to indicate pits. Far too many stages fail to do so, especially there's the use of Mega Man tiles included in the dev kit, that I feel it's worth mentioning every so often. Geekman is a bit of a mixed bag himself. Most of it is a fine fight if a bit long, and I know what Geekman himself is referencing all too well, and mechanically he is reasonable. The third original character, Donut Steel, and plain forms are rather difficult to fight, tedious to fight. I think the cyber pixel forms really needed more polish. At least separating and shading the large pixels looks so underwhelmingly jank right now, given the reference to a rather spectacular boss in Contra Hardcore. Oh well, overall I rather enjoy this stage. I think it's a good fun.
Hey! Well, at least they...
Oh, fortified donuts. Donut Steel.
Oh. Aha! I forgot what I was going to say.
Aha! As I suspected, my dear Watson. Get out of the toilet, because it is now my turn. Bastion, I've been analyzing the data picked up by your scanners as you made your way over here. The disturbance being created in this area is most definitely mechanical. There are robots storing this place. Picking up a significant energy element emanating from inside this mine. Most striking, your scanners indicate a few Robot Master signatures within close range. Judging by the data, it must be the work of Dr. Wily. He must be strapped for resources after his attack on New Harbor, so it makes sense they would attack here. Get to the source of that power reading. If you come across Wily or his robots, you know what to do. Probably lose contact with you once you enter the mine, so Roll and I will send our best. Good luck, Bastion. Did that even need explaining?
Bastion was too busy sliding.
You're listening to Silver Sign's Burning Cards, covered by Cosmic Gems. Special thanks to the following people who made this entry possible. NAOH, Programming Playtesting. Art, Graphical Assistance Playtesting. Hey, Art did the art, okay. Mini Macro, Graphical Assistance Playtesting. Glennian Heroes, Graphical Assistance. M-Jack, Graphical Assistance. Parmesan, Playtesting. Snowrun Pyro, Playtesting. C-Sketch, Playtesting. Zealac, Playtesting. Phazon Mother Brain, Programming. D-Tank is on me. I recognize Snowrun Pyro and the Phazon Mother Brain. They contributed to Talk House stuff a couple times.
He's been around in the Mega Man stuff. He's been in my chat before, not even in Mega Man games. I didn't even kind of realize it for a while, but yeah.
I also was surprised I've been keeping tabs on the Lemmings forums.
Because when does Bastion have scanners? What did you install on him when he was visiting the Mega Man world? Jeez.
Cyberview stuff.
Yeah. I don't have a Cyberview sprite made yet. Think of BB-8 from what I forgot the name of the game, but like Mew.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Yes, a Mew in like white and blue stripey. God, I hate these minecart dudes. It'd be nice if I could destroy their frickin' blocks. Somebody said I should make a sprite with Bastion doing the dancing cat meme. Like, or the dancing, you know, the one that does the break dancing? Like, somebody's just watching the break dancing, like Ryulu or Cat or whatever, that was a meme. Aga! Oh! Hey! Lag, please. I was trying to just move over a little bit. Whatever.
Seems like a tricky conveyor jump.
It is, but it's mostly lag that got me, because I was not trying to continue to the left. I was just trying to jump over it a little bit. Whatever. Sweetie! Already wrecked the well, Oreo wrecked the chair. Oreo and Flu. Oh! Hard, man. Oh no, I turbo so fast the game actually can't keep up. That is something.
How do you get up there? Here, I'll do it.
Yes.
Multiplayer makes
Multiplayer makes the multi go round. What?
My body makes it out unscathed and safe from broken vows. The promise spoken leaves me holding on. I just can't get a hold of why we always hurt the ones we love and burning hearts still keep us strong. Are those
Song lyrics from something, I guess? Is it? Maybe that's what the remix song is? I don't know either.
Whoa, background! Whoa, parallax!
Is it? Ah!
Well,
Lag!
well, it's scrolling at a different rate to the foreground. I'd say that counts as parallax.
Owie, owie, owie. Owa, owa. Ow. Ah, come on, fucking Nibba! Push me down very quickly, why don't you?
A parsec, by the way, is a unit of distance designed by astronomers to make calculations, to simplify calculations.
Yes,
the name literally means a parallax of 1 arc second.
They use it in, like, Star Trek a lot, too. Parsecs and all that.
They also used it in Star Wars in completely stupid context that the Solo movie had to retcon into something meaningful.
I still love that I accidentally combined Undertale and Star Trek into a meme that everyone is like getting a kick out of.
Oh no.
I posted it before, the, you know where it says, like, the,
Oh yeah, Lester Dog.
the Lester dog is gone where no dog is gone before. So I posted, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make a like a Star Trek shit post with this. And I put the Lester dog's head, like, over the top of where the barrel fell on Worf, like where it fell off the top of. So that everyone, like, it was him! The Lesser Dog! It was the Lesser Dog caused the blue barrel incident. I was like, it was just making a silly shit post, but I guess it does fit. Ah! Well, that is...
You got dumped by a block.
I was just respawning Susie.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Aga! I'm gonna follow!
Aga!
Lag. That was a lag death.
I can't see you right now. There's a kitty. There we go. That's better.
Hi, kitty.
Sweetie's like, I must have attention more than the game. Ah!
Hi, sweetie.
Uh-oh. I guess you can just jump and get it.
Yeah, for flopper! Okay. Video game. Hey, there's Stone Man. Stone Man seems like such a pain to try to fight.
Yeah, I turbo too fast for the game to keep up, and it drops shots. It's kind of weird.
Oh no, it's bikes. A bike. Here we go. What? Oh.
Ah! Lag! I tried to hit the jump and it didn't jump.
Jump, didn't jump.
Weird multiplayer issues. I mean, big studios have problems getting multiplayer. There's the lag death. Multiplayer to work, so it works better than a lot of AAA multiplayers do. And this is just made by fans, so hey.
And it seems like just about everybody goes for online multiplayer now, and this didn't.
It's probably a bit too hard, or maybe the Mega Mix can't handle it. Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
I'm just saying. I hardly see anybody go for only local multiplayer besides Nintendo anymore. Drill Neck. Playing Kirby's Adventure now, I guess. This seems like a pain.
Yes. Especially if these stupid things are gonna jump like that, yeah. This is gonna take a while.
They seem to have the fixed timing for when they jump, though.
Just drop something on me without warning, thank you. It's actually very hard to dodge this stuff. Oh, I have even less space to move!
Heal!
I can't pause and heal! It doesn't let me! I literally cannot pause and heal. It will not let me pause. That is awful!
Okay, then.
That is bad. I think that's probably just the engine being weird about it.
Oops, I bumped in.
Oh,
I can pause.
now I can. I couldn't pause or anything
Okay,
before.
so the stage just bugged.
That was weird. This is going to be both easier and harder in multiplayer because I don't know where the attacks are going to go. How are you moving much faster than me anyways?
I don't know.
Like, I can barely move at all. I am moving so slow, but you can move way fast. Look at that. Like, I move super slow. What is going on? Oh. Yeah, I move very slow. There's not enough room to dodge these attacks easily. Now, I can't pause to heal again.
The heck?
It's just broken.
You won! Eyebrows.
See? Look at how slow I move. That's not right. That is not working correctly.
Sauce. Alrighty.
Wait, why are you moving me at the same time?
Keyboard.
Oh.
Somewhere Underground by Gone Sovereign. As far as the typical cave level goes, this might just be one of the strongest. I can't say it's super unique, admittedly. The aesthetic is pretty much just a standard old cave, besides the random, almost out-of-place splash of purple. And the level's core gimmicks are things I've seen several times before, however, it spins things in a way that results in an entertaining level nonetheless. One of the level's strengths is the sheer versatility of its core gimmick. The simplicity of the rock blocks you can use in a lot of ways, and oh boy, does this place deliver on that potential. Rocks as regular obstacles, rock dispensers, belts to carry rocks, rocks on spikes, and throw them all together near the end for one big splash. It also works wonders for the difficulty curve, getting a level of consistent growth without ever going overboard. The jet ski was also appreciated. While it definitely came out of nowhere, it was easily the most distinctive part of the level. It made great use of rocks and rock thrones alike. Speaking of rock thrones, the enemies were a treat. Hookapelli proves an excellent obstacle in the conveyor sections, not unlike the rock thrones encountered in the spikes section. Karakari by itself was alright, but it truly shined when it was combined with Dawn Catch. Something about debris flying everywhere while we fight a wobbly minecart makes things so much more fun. Sadly, both Tonadol and Jumbig fell off. Jumbig was an alright enemy, but the first encounter is definitely trickier due to tighter quarters. As for Tonadol, it is basically useless. The most noteworthy Tonadol is the one I managed to kill by accident just because of the wait, what did I just kill moment. Despite a couple of duds in the enemy set, the rest of the level design is pretty freaking strong. I'm especially surprised at how effective Hardman and Stoneman are. how hard Effective Man and Stone Man are as mid-bosses. Yes. Although the boss left a bit to be desired. Given the required method to hit him and the use of aimed missiles, this wily drill machine felt an awful lot like a Brain Crusher 2.0. Additionally, the third Alabel felt significantly more annoying to land compared to the ones after it, even on repeats, which made the fight drag a little. Still, outside those issues, the drill machine is a decent climax, and as a whole, this level is well built. This is a perfectly average level. That's why I gave it a score of 50. It's one of those stages where outside one or two things, there's not really anything noteworthy going on with it, both in terms of good and bad aspects. If anything, this level's biggest crime is just being a bit bland. I mostly blame this on the difficulty curve, or rather the lack thereof. The platforming and room and enemy layouts are adequate, nothing amazing, but nothing terrible either, while the gimmick usage is about on par as well. It stays like this throughout almost the entire stage, which in turn makes a lot of the rooms feel interchangeable. That said, there were two parts of the level that did stick out to me in some way. First being one of the conveyor belt and falling rock segments midway through the stage, mostly because it's one of the only parts that has a completely different background from the rest of the level. It's quite nice looking too. Shame it doesn't get used more often because this level could have really done with some aesthetic variety. The other one, of course, is the waybight section. It wasn't necessarily easier or harder than the rest of the level, but at the very least it did mix things up a bit. Which in turn brings us to the boss, which plays out somewhat like the Wily machine from Mega Man 5 on the Game Boy, at least in the way you damage it. Similar to the stage itself, that isn't necessarily a bad fight, but I did find it rather easy. While it's definitely trickier to avoid missiles and sparks once the machine gets closer, the time bomb explosions also became easier to land as a result. At least that's how I felt by the time the fight ended. Like I said, this is a very average stage through and through. That said, I could definitely see the being a lot better if the stage was broken up with more interesting moments like the waybight segment.
Please stop. Luna, no.
Somewhere,
hold the cord out
ground,
and you put it back
an
in.
under-variant. An alright stage, rather generic theming with kind of predictable ending gimmick choices. It also feels like it's missing one thing to make it complete. Maybe it could use one more gimmick in conjunction with the rock blocks. The designs aren't bad. I like the part where you shoot the rocks, but not too much to make your way over the spikes. It gets rather hectic, especially with the part with all the conveyors and rock sensors. Interesting to have the past robot masters as mini-bosses, but as they can be easily shredded with Buster Spam, they can become very non-threatening. The most engaging part is the waybight segment at the end. I like the reaction-based obstacles, except that one part near the end where I keep getting tricked into falling into the rock in the spike pit to proceed. But it's a near dead end. The fight at the end is quite creative, changing a wily machine battle into one where you ride a waybight through the whole battle. Though it could become hard to time and dodge the lightning balls and the missiles at the same time due to reduced maneuverability on the waybight. There's a certain familiarity about this level. It reminds me of Drill Man, Flame Mammoth, Guts Man's Asteroid, and even Oh Joe's, mostly the out-of-reach laser trident block, which is obnoxiously obvious here. Familiar is fine as long as the level sufficiently blends old and new to create a unique experience, and I think this level is modestly successful in that regard. The strong aesthetic identity is a great start. Organic architecture, polished tile work, and richly detailed background landscapes give the level a sense of place and professionalism. Although the lyrics of the song he's covering are of dubious pertinence. The main music sets a distinctive tone and segues nicely into the boss scene. Good design sets this level apart further. It's fair, focused, considerate, and free of so many issues I'm tired of complaining about in this contest. If you want complaints, I can bring up one or two barely noteworthy glitches, a disappointingly easy first token, balanced by a satisfyingly challenging final token, and how too much animation and motion makes the gorgeous waterfall cavern a bit disorienting. But you probably don't want complaints, so let me compliment the Capcom quality boss fight and the cute escape scene that follows. Realistically, there's only one thing restraining the uniqueness of the experience, and it's the slow progression of what's new and exciting about the level. For every stingray, music falling back to the points. dodging attacks from multiple angles, watching your aim on a wave bike turn vert bike, or gleefully railing on moderately difficult man, wisely demoted from hard man thanks to a lack of invincibility frames. There are 2 screens where you keep your distance and tackle one obstacle at a time. As with Dr. Light's long-winded dialogue, the level is weighed down by more content that it realistically needs to get the point across. You can forget that though. Engrossing atmosphere and thoughtful challenges, sign me up. This is a hard one to review. It does a lot of things technically correct. And that's the best kind of correct. There's a nice writhing challenge, and while I think this is a very difficult level, good checkpoint placement softens the frustration factor. The 2 rooms inspired by Mercury Stage and 5 Game Boy are really well designed. The 5 tokens were enjoyable to get as well. This level has, in my opinion, one of the better wave bike segments in this contest. These are really easy to screw up, but the difficulty here is nailed. I also thought it looked very pretty. The tile set is well chosen, and that purple cavern segment is just gorgeous. Finally, the Wily Drill is a very cool concept for a boss. It's a nice interpretation of the mechanic from the Wily Machine. From the Wily Machine 5 Game Boy, it gets very claustrophobic by the end of the fight. Ridiculously tough to avoid his missile during the last few hits.
Fruit juice. Like, you get this,
I can see some.
This lychee syrup.
I can see some players.
It's like tastes like Sprite. It's really good.
I can see some players struggling with the bomb timing to this fight. The timing is awkward, resulting in the boss's difficulty and damage. I consider all the above positives, but something about this level saps my enjoyment. The further you get into the stage, the more you start seeing familiar setups. There are often filler rooms with just enemies, and the combinations start getting stale. I consider using Robot Masters as mid-bosses to be the worst design decision you made. They serve as the very definition of filler, and neither Hardman nor Stoneman do much other than pad out the stage. I also really dislike the music. It's well composed, yet repetitive and monotonous. Its looping so quickly really highlights how long this level is. As such a basic stage concept and theme, I think this really needs some trimming. It's too long for its own good and had just one segment too many. Whoops! Power plants. Hardly a hunter's domain. Just as far as they're littered with ancient homes, modern cities will one day become ruins. When that time comes, and I was facing even greater foes, I shall be prepared. I've been practicing stalking in factories, nuclear reactors, and funeral homes. Nowhere yet everywhere, when the world may loop. That's a stage title. I need water. It's time to refill water!
Alright. Oh, already talked to Hunter Woman. Nowhere yet everywhere, when the world may loop. There's like one specific pixel here that causes that. What? I unlocked the costume by spinning, okay? Kalinka. Just waiting. That's all we can do. That marked here. What? Are you still here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. Alright, I'll just wait for Cereal Candy to get back. Probably, hopefully the dogs will want back in by then, too.
Ooh! Ow. Where's my water? Okay. Let's get started. You and Hunter Woman are just dancing, huh?
I unlocked the costume by spinning for a while.
Nice. Nowhere yet everywhere.
Oh no.
That was an interesting entry to the stage. We've heard this music before.
Yes, this is the jump, jump, slide, slide from Mega Man 8. And the flying rush level too. Some people like it. I think it's one of the more boring Wily stage musics.
Okay, this is gonna be weird. Oh, wait, I get it. The whole stage loops vertically or something. Except, you know, where there's spikes. Cool idea!
Ah.
Nope! Whoops!
Wait! What? Why did I go to the right after? What? I didn't even hit right! Why did I go to the right?
Synchronized spike death!
This is gonna be frustrating. Ah! I guess that works. And there's good going Huff.
Huff!
Maybe that was cheating, but we'll see.
The world is looping. Ah! We've been here.
I know, but the button is pressed, so maybe it's different.
Oops.
Oh, this is confusing.
Fall down.
That's where I already was. We've already fallen down. Yes, we've already fallen down.
Ah, okay.
Give me a second, dogs. Ah! Let me get the dogs back in.
Go! Go, 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 go. Puppy, 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 puppy.
Oh, I hate that. She's just trying to get me to play. She has to learn that that's not going to work.
Luna.
Can I please? Thank you.
Luna the puppy.
Puppy, 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 puppy.
Ow! Well, thank you.
Yay! I can't respawn here, I guess. Rush jet, baby.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
I got knocked off Rush Jet, so...
Rush, why can't you pick up the heart token for us? The character is jumping onto the stage instead of teleporting in is interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's a
Is that
different way to
built
go
into
in.
the... Like, is that animation in the dev kit, or...?
I think so?
Ooh, Yashichi. Going down.
Darn it.
Ah, see, that's cool.
Luna, please.
Oh no!
Oh no! I gotta redo it. That's annoying. Ah! Well, Luna's barking. I don't know if she's actually gonna frickin' come in or not, though, or she's just being stupid.
Bork, bork.
You cannot Mark to try to get me to go play. We played for hours today, dog. I know you're a husky, but seriously.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mention this. Yeah, Mom broke one of her unbreakable glass bowls today.
Oh no.
The bottom just fell out when she tapped on the edge with a spoon.
Guess it's not very unbreakable. Oh.
I guess, but we've had it for like 30 years, so it lasted a good long while. We have to have unbreakable plates and bowls because my dad is kind of clumsy with them.
Oh no.
But yeah, they lasted a really long time, but this one just fell apart for some reason. Heart token is coming up pretty soon. Right there. Okay. Oh no! Okay. Salvaged it! And now it's boss time. If the game will let me spawn. There we go. Thanks for playing.
Wait.
Yay! What's to the right?
I don't know.
That was cool.
Savant.
Savant! From Copy Kitty. He's Boki's uncle.
He doesn't look very kitty-like.
No, he's like a spider or something. Probably. Ye goodness, what is the point of having such a long name? If you can help it, you should really avoid having gigantic nameplates. It just makes it hard to talk about your level unless everyone uses a nickname or shortens it. Perhaps it's just something deliberately dumb, a la the Chuck Maggot's damage counter, but either way, I wouldn't advise it. Ridiculous name aside, this is an interesting level. It doesn't look like much at first, being a generic space station with soft and mildly menacing music, but it quickly revealed itself to be one of the more cerebral platformers in the contest, and it makes itself work. The combination of maze warps and switches lend themselves to a confusing yet surprisingly understandable puzzle. The all scroll is also great, and I love how the first token factors into the intro, teaching the player through a reward. The enemy set is similarly effective. While Fatul and Waltriot don't stand that much, Fujin's gets a lot of use as an out-of-reach target. And Chuck Magnets here, while I wish they looked different from the norm to avoid confusion, are probably the least annoying in the game. They make a solid obstacle. In the end, the level's biggest weakness with me is the aforementioned aesthetic. While the music is pretty good for thinking, the visual design is extremely boring. Drained a lot of fun from places if you aren't a puzzle person. Beyond that, I really don't think this level needed a boss. The last all-scroll felt like a perfect conclusion. Hunter A feels like they're just there to have a boss. I'm well aware that Mega Man has boss fights. I struggle to name a classic Mega Man level that doesn't have some kind of boss, but sometimes the formula does actually work against you, and if that's the case for your level, don't try to force it. Overall, this is a fascinating level. I can't say it's super amazing, but what it's got is just fine. Just a couple of kinks down there, really. I have to admit, I'm not too keen on screen wrapping gimmicks, mainly because half the time I see it, it's used to create finicky and confusing maze-like setups. For what it's worth though, this stage mostly manages to avoid falling into that pitfall, both by being linear and having some genuinely well put together segments. I think the strongest aspect of this level is how the screen wrapping is used in tandem with the enemy placement. One moment in particular that stuck out to me was the Fatul you need to fight twice after flipping a switch and looping to the top of the screen. This is also one of the rare levels where I found Fujin was actually somewhat threatening thanks to how they're placed. It's clear there is a lot of thought put into these segments, with the final lead up to the boss having a nice culmination of all the level's previous aspects. I'd say the only section I didn't like as much was the strange loop near the second token, where you need to hit a switch then immediately backtrack from the token room in order to progress. That part felt a little off compared to the rest of the stage's clear-cut progression, but thankfully that's the only time it deviates in such a way. All in all, that's about all I can think to mention at this stage, actually. Maybe it's just me, but even with the aspects mentioned before, this level feels strangely empty at times. I think it's a combination of the aesthetics and the fact there's only 4 enemy types. Not to mention the switches are the only other gimmick here besides the screen wrapping. All things considered, this averages out to being a pretty decent level. Here! Where? There! A pretty creative level of the screen warping if you can wrap your head around all the warping going on. Definitely a trippy one, but it's much easier to understand the layout once you treat them as soft reset points. I can definitely applaud the fact that the rules of the stage remain consistent throughout. A screen edge is always a transition point. It is never a death pit. Switch states are global, you can always rely on toggling the state to reach a different end goal for a looping section. Even if one ever chose a wrong path, it is never a straight up dead end. The level conveniently warps you back to where you need to be. The tokens are also hidden in plain sight. It's a matter of finding the right path to reach them is the main challenge. One problem I find is some of the jumps may be a little unnecessarily tight and precise. It's never a huge setback for failure, but it still could get a bit uncomfortable sometimes. Boss is a little unfair with the whole thing, I suppose. It's also abstract enough to fit, sort of. It's inoffensive enough anyway. I was concerned about the inclusion of the maze warp gimmick in the dev kit. Any asset can be a problem in the wrong hands, but I can think of some uniquely terrible scenarios involving players being teleported who knows where without necessarily noticing. Fortunately, this level handles screen looping, though ironically not music looping, with finesse. Unfortunately, the very nature of the level is headache-inducing. I applaud the level for immediately establishing that it's going to be a brain bender, and for sticking with a limited number of enemies and gimmicks that have interesting potential here. Aside from too many long, precise jumps, the challenges are pretty tame in isolation. What makes it interesting, and what makes the mini-boss and boss a little... underwhelming by comparison, is how they catch the player off balance thanks to the maze warping.
Here's a kid being a pest on the mouse here.
I see. I was impressed that in the midst of all these twists and turns, there's always a steady learning curve and always ample time to react to the latest surprise. What makes the whole thing headache-inducing is the unpredictability of where and how things will loop. Where the edge of the screen is a maze warp, regular screen transition, or solid wall is, as far as I can tell, something they can only discover through trial and error. Graphical cues are more consistent rules, e.g. if the left edge always looped around to the right edge would have been beneficial. It doesn't help that Rush Jet allows you to skip whole challenges, disrupting a level's deliberate and logical flow. That's why I can't enjoy this level as much as I want, and why I think this level may be a problem for anyone less puzzle-inclined and more easily disoriented than I am. It's solidly constructed, with a decent atmosphere and good ideas, but it starts to hurt after only a few minutes. Puzzle stages are difficult to create. Make things too obscure and you risk severe frustration, especially when they start to make use of moon logic, effectively playing a guessing game with the developer's intentions. This stage goes the opposite route. As a puzzle level, it doesn't really click. At no point did I feel my brain engage that puzzle mentality, and all solutions get stumbled onto a bit too intuitively and naturally. This results in a fairly low-energy stage where the only real risk of confusion is when you die and you try to figure out where you got placed and what the state of the red and blue blocks is going to be. As a result, the core gimmick didn't really engage with me due to how basic the setups are. There are highlights though. The portion where you are required to go back on yourself once is fun, and the tell is obvious enough that something has happened. Rush Jet being enabled as a safety net is appreciated. This helps lessen the long and often punishing checkpoints a tad, but they do end up irritating due to the slow, repetitive nature of the level. Thankfully, thought is put into many areas where it can fail due to pits, and at least sometimes, the player doesn't just instantly die. You're missing a jump to platforms. That said, I think it's still a fairly well-designed stage in terms of Mega Man gameplay. A few auto-scroller segments provide a reasonable challenge, and I appreciate the enemy placement, with the turning enemies from the Wonder Spawn game called Chuck Magnet in the engine being especially well-positioned, taking in consideration that they spend 50% of the time immune to damage. I welcome the new boss room for Hunter, Mega Man 4 Game Boy boss. It being a slightly modified does have a fairly good impact on how it fights. The general aesthetic also lands for me. I think this is a nice looking stage and the tile work is absolutely solid. I usually criticize stages to use bog standard Wily music, with many trying to make a Wily themed level and only channeling the more generic of stages. But this track fits the mood and the stage has a real identity to it. Guitar Man!
Guitar Man, I know somebody's stealing one of my ideas, but then again, I guess it's not exactly a complicated idea.
Oh, Guitar Man! Whoa! Vibrating strings, okay. We're going places. Hi. That is cool.
These enemies have way too much health.
Okay, so they vibrate when you jump off them, I guess.
Yeah. Why do these enemies have so much health? Jeez. Only for one of us.
That was interesting.
Yeah, that's a weird thing with the mechanic not working too well.
Extra life.
Is there a reason you just closed the door, Lakota?
Mr. Boots.
Are you wanting to keep Luna out?
I can understand that. You're the puppy.
What the heck is that? What is that supposed to be?
I have no idea.
What? What does this have to do with guitars? I'm confused. What is this? What are those?
They look like floppy disks or something. Which has nothing to do with guitars. But, you know.
Well, excuse me for that not counting. Yeah, I don't know what those things are, what they have to do with guitars either. Like Spamton pop-up windows going on. I don't know what the heck those are. What? I am confused.
Oops. This is tricky. Sweet.
I think this is also not Power Blade, the Punch Fist Man game. I forgot the name of that. Why am I having a brain fart? Like, why am I do not know I'm having a brain fart over it. Still don't know why those dudes have so much health. They're just needless amounts of health. Shatterhand, that's the name, yeah. The odd thing is Shatterhand was originally a Sentai game in Japan. And they just turned it into some dude punching things. And called it Shatterhand in the US. I mean, it's not like we
Well,
knew...
sure, they didn't want to make Saban mad, I guess.
Well, Saban didn't even own the Sentai thing. This was more like a Kamen Rider style Sentai guy. I think it's just more that we had no idea, the US would have no idea who it is. I still have no idea what these things are. I mean, the guitar strings, sure, but these things I don't know. Oh, this is gonna be some tight timing here.
Yeah. Really cool gimmick, though. Aha. Oh boy.
How do we... What? That is very weird. What? It didn't even vibrate all the way. That... Oh. You have to really go this far back to try that again?
Uh-oh.
Frustration City.
Hey, Matsu.
It's also rough in multiplayer when you don't know which player is... Uh-oh. Like this! What are we supposed to do?
Stuck.
We're now stuck!
Alright, well, leave me behind, I guess.
I can't.
That.
You're gonna have to do this yourself. The gimmick's only working for one player does not help at all. There's another bot! Why are the bots getting so bad lately?
The bots.
If only we could Mega Man bust those bots. You go away, please. Things. Here, eat it. Oh, there's dudes in the background pointing at us. Thank you, sweetie. I didn't want to jump that high, but thank you for hitting the jump button. That is helpful.
Sweetie.
She's got my hand again.
Oh, of course she does that. Keeps happening.
Oh, the fact that they block the spikes is kind of annoying too.
That was a lag. That was just a lag.
I know. I
me.
got lag death too there.
Hey, I actually made the jump the first time.
There's some weird glitches going on with the multiplayer too, like the wave bike segments. Because I kept
Alright, that guy needs to get out of here.
I kept ending up like moving way. I wasn't able to pause and like use any energy tanks, and moving at like 1/4 the speed you're supposed to move at. And it's a multiplayer only glitch with that. This is very not built for multiplayer right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna die.
I still don't know what the heck these weird, like, scrolling things are supposed to be. What do they have to do with guitars? I hate that this difficult frickin' like token section comes after without a checkpoint.
I mean, I
one
could
annoying
have
section.
done the token. I could have done the token easily if I hadn't been dumped into the pit.
Is that where I wanted to go? The timing on this is also like really tight. Like, sometimes it doesn't want to scroll through. And now you're... What is even happening with that? And you're the only one who can set that off now. Or not. This is so scuffed. I got it. Well, it's up to you to get out of here. Please hit the checkpoint, because this is bad. Ooh, that was close.
Time to go into the boss fight with no hell.
Somebody obviously likes punk music.
Oops!
None of this music is like requires headbanging. I don't know what you guys are doing in the audience there.
Got him.
Hi, Presto.
That was fun.
That mechanic was fairly scuffed. Well, that's the fun factor is definitely low on most of these.
Honestly, I have no idea what to make of this stage. Spiral sunglasses. The gimmick design is alright, the yellow strings are very distinctive, and they get a lot of excellent use, including token challenges, which is a plus. Like I has the gray platform gimmick, although the constant small hops can be a bit awkward. On enemies, Tondale is a bit more useful than usual. And I like how Soshi Breaker gets some spotlight, but conversely, Bladers are about as annoying as ever, instead of not being used for target practice. What throws me off about this place is, I'm not sure what all this has to do with guitars, and not with the gimmicks. The string platforms are obviously just guitar strings, and I'm guessing the gray platforms are references to the stops near the bottom of guitars. I admit this theme is a massive blind spot for me. My confusion is more, it's a concert hall! Like, that was extremely obvious.
Yeah.
My confusion is more to enemies. Mega Man games, particularly the more recent ones, will staff their art Robot Master stages with plenty of thematic goons, and I have no idea what block crushing and small helicopters have to do with a rock concert. The lack of themed enemies, combined with somewhat weird gimmicks, throws the aesthetic into complete disarray. Which combines with an odd-sounding theme song to make the whole level feel off to me. Still, the level's decent enough that I don't dislike it, just that it feels weird. My only other issue is Guitar Man himself. His attacks are alright. And he has all the clear theming I wish his level had. However, he's also laughably easy compared to everything else. It's almost an easy climax. I appreciate that he's not backbreakingly hard, but he seriously needs a tune-up. It's kind of rough around the edges, but for what it's worth, I think this is a really neat level with some fun concepts. The main draw of the stage is the guitar string platform gimmick. A platform that you can pass through based on how high you jump off it is a concept I haven't really seen before in this
Oh
contest.
my goodness, sweetie, somebody's been snuggling with the puppies. You smell like dog.
I guess the closest thing to it would be the rainbow and coil platforms in Ringman stage, but even then, these function in a much more unique way that opens up a ton of possibilities for platforming segments. They get used to nice effect with the amp block gimmick as well, which, while not as creative as the guitar strings, still offers some nice timing-based challenges throughout the level.
With ants? I guess?
Overall, there's some really nice and well-thought-out gimmick and enemy synergy here. Granted, there's a bit of waiting involved for a lot of these segments, but you won't be stuck standing around one spot for too long if you observe and time things right with the amp blocks. The only time I ever had an issue with this was when I died while trying to get out of the final token room, which just so happens to be near the boss. Dying there sent me back a whole 2 hallways worth of those amp block-centric rooms. Redoing those isn't the worst thing ever, but it still makes me think that one token room could have been placed in a better spot. That aside, I didn't have many other issues with the stage itself. If I had to nitpick though, the general clarity of the level can be a bit rough at first, with the amp blocks overlapping things, including a ladder at one point. Trying to focus on them and enemies at the same time can be daunting at first, but it's all still doable once you get the hang of it. Lastly, there's Guitar Man himself. For as good as this stage is, he's not exactly an engaging boss fight, unfortunately. In fact, he's downright easy, mostly thanks to him being slow to attack, his guitar hero beams being relatively ineffective, and that his music note projectiles can actually drop items, including health pickups and extra lives. Besides that last fumble with the boss though, I still enjoyed a lot of what this level had to offer. Overall, nice work. Let's Mega! I really adore the look of the stage, made to look like a performance stage of sorts. I especially like that you start out the backstage area and make your way to the front stage itself with audiences to boot and everything. It is incredibly charming. Can't say I'm much of a fan of the music though, it feels a little too dispassionate. As for the level design, for a musical themed stage, the custom gimmicks don't seem all that much music oriented. I guess it would have been a bit too predictable. The string platforms are pretty unique with how they become intangible depending on your jump height, even if the nature of the gimmick isn't very apparent at first. They're incorporated into the level design pretty well regardless, with some unique challenges coming from this odd platform behavior. The snake-like disappearing blocks can get a bit tricky to time and get yourself at the right level. I think it could have been made to stay in place for a little longer so you can just fall into the block below without waiting for another cycle. Poor Guitar Man, though, he doesn't seem to be really built for combat, and it shows. The colored laser attacks, you almost have to try to even get hit by them, because the spots they're going to land on aren't placed to be threatening enough. And at most, only 2 of them are relevant. His musical notes also drop health and ammo pickups occasionally, making his overall low damage output even more sad. I'm always a little disappointed when a level with great potential only realizes part of it, and a few bad points outweigh a multitude of good points. Let's talk theming. I don't think the term underground music scene was meant to be taken so literally in the first half, but the second half looks great. And the audience is tremendously charming. I just wish they cheered or jeered at the outcome of the boss fight. Guitar strings and frets make for clever gimmicks, but the sound effect of the former and the slightly dizzying look of the latter don't necessarily communicate what they are. I expected at least one music-themed enemy. I'd even settle for Berserker, axe being slang for guitar, without melody response cannon. Ugh. The music is fine, but something like an 8-bit cover of Blaze Heatniks from Mega Man X6 would have been better. Let's talk challenges. Totally appropriate introductions to new concepts, yet too many screens where it's not clear what to do. Like sliding under a block that's almost completely obscured by a curtain, or hitting a dead end and falling down a hole that looks like a bottomless pit. Item placement is good. Choice of item, not as much. Individual challenges could use some finesse, but do a good job of combining elements in interesting ways. Spikes and Soshi Breaker pair especially well with the frets and strings. However, difficulty progression is uneven and it leaves me feeling like I haven't truly mastered the gimmicks. This amplifies the pain of a few outrageously precise screens, e.g. the last token. This level ends on a high note with an easy but solid boss fight. As to other custom graphics, Guitar Man looks very professional. With more polish and retooling a few key elements, you could convince me this was a Capcom level. This is a stage that I can objectively say I think it's well designed, and I genuinely think it explores mechanics. It's interesting. And for the first half, said mechanics are introduced well and even iterated on. It does not take long to start building up to more complex setups, and most of the token rooms are a welcome test of skill. Despite having no new enemies or reskinned enemies, they do the job, although the less I can do with seeing Blader, the better. It's quite the pest when you're trying to trigger the guitar string. And the level ends on finally combining its stage hazards all in one testing pot of skill. But I think the wire wore out its welcome. It's oftentimes awkward to get the jump height right when it asks more of you. I don't think this is even a hard stage, but you do start mumbling to yourself, get down there, damn it. Especially when combined with the rising boxes, which I think is the gimmick I prefer. Because for such a deceptively simple gimmick, the rising boxes continue to iterate. I don't think you could have explored these more if you tried. Honestly, solid work there. As stated, the first few token rooms were nice diversions, but the heart token was way too fiddly and annoying to get for its own good. Doable, given how easy it is to screw up here, getting sent back to a checkpoint stings a bit. The graphics are alright here. It all works if a bit oddly drawn in spots, and the rock texture looks particularly flat. I really appreciate all the musical apparatus though. Details like that really sell the level and its theme, as do the crowd and curtains. That said, the latter really do not mix well with the rising box gimmick, blocking your view. Even if it could have done with a pinch of animation here and there, the level does feel like Guitar Man's level and has a secure identity. A mix on Guitar Man himself. The attacks are certainly flavorful and he's got a rad design, but he's a slow boss, not for you to kill in mind. But I think his attacks end up so easy to dodge as slow speed means he never even remotely threatens your life bar. Oh well. He's not a bad fight, but it was a good deal easier than his level. This level was way less fiddly to get around. I probably would have enjoyed myself more, and I wish I did, but I just didn't enjoy large segments of the stage. It is 11:52. But what is Presto doing? Presto, what are you doing? We could totally slip down. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
Usually you can reverse these somewhere.
Why do they need cool off these platforms? Why do they need cooling? What do they do? Nobody wants the simulations this evening. Sorry to blow you off. Any over there, Explosives Factory, based on a true story at work. Of course, it wasn't really that dramatic. You weren't there, of course, and the place got shut down. People love making big explosive stories out of workplace incidents and scandals like that. Makes it feel more individual, like there's a super villain you can boo at. Of course, real life's not like that, but it's far easier to think that way than to handle reality. Fun simulation!
Explosives Factory. Oh no, it's PepCon.
Western Rit Spade Magnes. It's named after a Star Force 3 boss.
Wow. The fun factor is low.
Are you interested in current events? I kept Rabbit while I was going off the grid. Oh man. I'm about ready to call off the Surge though. If I'm patient, he always comes charging back to me.
No, no, shut up, no, shut up.
Huh. Ooh, right on a big cylinder now, this is the life. Not care in the world. Simulations, tournaments, races, they're all nothing to me. I'm riding a big cylinder.
What?
You're small.
Okay, now how do we get down to the bottom? I'm guessing at the end of this.
I guess.
Plant Man.
Plant Man. This isn't my house.
This isn't my beautiful wife. No, shut up, Fuse Man. All right, we're just gonna have, that's gonna be it for tonight then.
Yeah, I think so. Bye. All right, well, yeah, video game.
All right.
Night, everybody. If Trails of Creation ends up not happening again tomorrow, I think it's about time to get back to Dave the Diver.
Yeah. I wish it would frickin' happen. It's been forever. We've been stuck in limbo. Mm-hmm. Poor other Bastion. Well, poor the other half of Bastion is like being stuck in limbo, and it's getting all weird. And I can't run my thing either. It's been so long. It's just like, I mean, this happens. This has happened to like 80, 90% of RPs I've been in. It just real life hits and ruins everything. Outside of like the in-person D&D groups that we had like set times and everything, and even then sometimes it happens. It's just it's hard to get through with this stuff, which is annoying. Super annoying. But shoot, I'm not tired at all. I mean, I've been staying up kind of late recently, so I might.
I'm not really tired either.
Yeah.
But I do have to be up early for work tomorrow
Yeah.
because I'm going in because I gotta test VR stuff, and there's only one computer we have that can do that.
Woohoo! VR. Don't do the geek, man. All right. Well, I'm probably going to take just a very short break, and I'll be back and probably run my own solo thing for a couple hours. Because I want to try to go fishing in the morning, and I'm not considering my sleep schedule's all whacked out. Thanks to doing DoorDash again, it's just I'll probably just be up all night and fish and sleep after I'm done fishing. So I'll just do my own solo catch up, maybe. Well, no, I will. Just give me a little break because I want to make sure the dogs want to get out and everything, and then I'll be back to catch up. Where are the dogs? Luna is plorped.
Hello, doggos. Bye, guys.
Luna is plorped. Hold on. Here she is. Let's see. She is plorped.
Hi, puppy.
Hi, puppy.
She is plorped.
Aw, look at that puppy.
Amongst
She's
the
so
mess
cute.
that she keeps making and I clean up and then it gets made again. All this stuff on the floor is not because I'm lazy. I clean it up multiple times a day and she pulls it back
Luna.
out of the frickin' bed and makes a mess again. I can throw all her toys in the toy basket and she'll pull it all out and scatter them everywhere. All
That
this
sounds
mess
like
in
a little
here is
kid to
from
me.
her and her alone. It used to be the cats
Oh,
dragging stuff
jeez.
around. Jeez. All right, so yeah, I'll be back in give me like 5-10 minutes. I got to set up for my solo thing, and I'm gonna use the bathroom all that. But, see you then. And good night.